Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
I always feel like I'm a baby. Francis, DK Waxy. Generally, I do Afrobeat, I do Afropop, and well, Afrobeat is the word of creation. It's not limited, so you can go beyond. Afrobeat is what is trending, and apart from that, it's what we Nigerians do more. So I have to go in Afrobeat. So that's more comfortable for me. So I took a trip to Kampala. That was before the COVID. And because I was trying to start my music career here in Nigeria, but it was a little bit not easy, taxful and all that. You have to do this, you have to know people and all that. So I have a friend now who is into media in Uganda. He said, "Guy, why don't you come this side and see how it works from this side?" I said, no, I really don't. Now, Nigeria, everything they happen. He said, no, you have to first come this side and we'll see how it goes. So I was there. Unfortunately, COVID caught me there, so it wasn't easy. So I didn't even plan to stay so much long. So at that time, I was working with one of my producers, Olumis, who was still in Nigeria. So he sent me a beat, and I took it to his studio, Wakipenda. I will not forget. Wakipenda is a Uganda artist. And he knew he signed Drekali at that time, so I took that demo to the studio. And I got to the studio, there was a lot of production, people were there. I didn't know what to do. I kept my demo with the producer. I said, when you are done, listen to this demo. So after like few hours, he called me, like, Drekali has put a vocal in your demo. I said, just like that, how? How is that possible? Like, he said he likes the sound, the Afro beating and everything, so it's okay. So I rushed back to the studio. The beat is already done and everything. I have to put my vocal. So we did that production. The love from Uganda, the love from not just from Uganda, from home, they love the sound. So that pushed me to start doing more, to keep doing more. So after that, One Race, One Color, it was accepted. They liked the song, like I told you. So I wanted to do more. That drove me to do more. I do a lot. When I'm in the studio, I'm a creative. I try different kind of angle. I don't get tired, you know. So my sound is unique, and I do Afro pop, and I do Afrobeat, and I do hip hop too. But I love doing more of Afrobeat sounds and Afro pop. Although most times when I'm doing a full song, because I don't want it to be so straight, I would want to put a hip hop on it, a Afrobeat and a hip hop on it, so to make that music sound so unique from the beginning to the end. You get, looks like maybe a different artist is on the track. So that's what I do. I just do my creation like that. Well, what inspired my whole creates process, my creative life, my creating world, first of all, I'm going to say I'm a creative and I enjoy creating. It's the only thing I enjoy doing. Like every time I think about doing something new, doing something people haven't done, every time I think about creating something at every time, at every day I wake up, I try something new. It's a world of creation. You're not limited. You can do a lot. You see what these guys are doing. Odumodu, Black, and all. You see the sound. You see when I came, he said, I have my own sound and all that. So you are not limited. You get it in the world of creation and the world of Afrobeat and Afro generally. So you can. It depends on how smart you are. You get, it depends on how smart you are in the industry. Maybe with time, people will get to understand your sound and all that. So when I'm doing my songs, when I'm doing my tracks, I try to blend with that Africa, that home. So I enjoy more creative with my producer in the studio. Fresh, everything fresh. You get, yeah, that's how I enjoy creating my thing. And I'm always like on the 70% of the creation in the studio. Every time I have to make a beat or I have to make a song. So I have already what's in my head is what I put there. I enjoy Fela Kuti. I enjoy more Fela Kuti songs. Fela Kuti is a father to all. He has inspired a lot of African artists, not just African artists, to international artists. Not because people love him, That's why I'm interested in him. I'm interested in him because there's some unique thing about his music and there's some unique thing about him. So I feel like he's a leader and he's supposed to be followed. So that's why I love him and I enjoy creating more from what he has done. I love Odumodu Black because Odumodu Black, his music is kind of deep and he's more like not just an artist but a preacher. If people got to see it deep, there's some things he says that you got to realize, is this thing existing? Then you got to go and find out, this thing is there. So he got to he says more of what is happening in the reality through his music. You get, so I love his creative process. I would love to create with him in the studio because I love his energy and the way he does his creation also. Keep working, not working hard, keep working smart. Well, I have my artist, my former boss, Waiki Penda, like I told you. The first studio I ever went to do my production, to start my production, was Waiki Penda, Mpaka Records. Yeah, I have a lot of embarrassing moments. Let's go on when I did my Lagos to Kampala album. So after setting up the launching, everything, sharing out the card and everything, so my distribution guy, like a week I've asked him, is everything set? He said, yes, his thing is going live on that date, don't worry, this. So putting on the setup, launch now, everything, food, this, that. After everything, the launching of the EP and everything, the song never dropped on that day. The distribution have to send us a message, there was an issue. So it was one of the most embarrassing moments of my life. So I felt so much depressed at that minute. I felt paralyzed because this is all what I have been working on for weeks, days and everything, trying to put this thing together for the fans and everything. And at that time, the music is supposed to go on live. I got that disappointment from the distribution company. It was a crazy experience, because you don't imagine. Yeah, Inside Life. When you listen to Inside Life, it's like a preach. It's like Fela Kuti. I don't know if you can play it, but if you listen to Inside Life, if you listen to the creation that I did Inside Life, I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life. That's inside the life. Brother, don't say brother. Inside the life, so many marriage, no joy. You get? So I went ahead to let people know what is happening inside the life that people don't know. You get it? I went ahead to advise the young ones in the journey. So it's a song that's so dear to me because I said a lot in it, and everything that I said was inspirational. Yeah, when we started this industry, I've had a lot of people say, this, that, but it's what comes with the creative, it's what comes with the entertainment. If people don't talk those things about you, you don't grow. So criticism is important. I've taken a lot of risk. Coming down to Nigeria, from Kampala to down here, it's quite expensive. Yeah. It's not easy because I came purposely for the promotion. So I've taken a lot of big risk in music. Signing an artist, I've signed an artist. After 1 week, 2 weeks, you see the artist start behaving somehow crazy. So in the industry, it's kind of a different world. So I've taken a lot of risks, which I can't say a lot, but coming down here is a risk. When I came into Nigeria, I felt so happy. I felt like I've been released, So I felt home, I felt everything, I felt alive. So it was worth it. Yeah, I have a new album titled Road to Fame, and it's so dear to me. I prepared this album not just for me, but for the world, because I believe when this album dropped, it's the album taking me to those places. So that's why I titled it Road to Fame. Yeah, this album, trust me, is something it's something you can't imagine if it drops. I went extreme. I went extreme on this album coming, and the album is ready. The album is ready. So I'm still working on maybe 1 or 2 videos before I leave. I have a show in Uganda, but on the 15th by my boy Grenade. So I have to fly back there also. But I'm still coming back, and we are still going to be pushing the entertainment together. What up, people? It's your boy Kings B. I'm an Afrobeat artist, Afro-pop artist. I enjoy creating and join my world, Kings Baby, on all the platforms. I love you, and I promise I got you. Utichegera, like my Uganda people say, do you understand? And I'm live with Souq News. Keep watching and keep streaming. Thank you.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadi were used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only, he's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thoughts that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, it's a B-I-O-D. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, amongst the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
S-I-R-I-U-S.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay.
yeah, S-I-R-I-U-S.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like someone serious.
No.
Okay.
Actually, there's also serious, the radio.
XM, yes, most definitely.
So,
yes.
nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay, my government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. I don't know. Government don't own my name.
I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official. So I want to do.
My name, you're my full name. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State. I've been I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us or you choose them.
No. I'm actually on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker?
Yes, I am.
What did you study?
I actually studied mass com. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Two of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. Like yes, so it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. Like it's a compilation of my story, like along the way of a Maverick.
Yes. Memos of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually like my group head that actually called me that there was we got a new group head like 2 years ago. So he had like this one-on-one combo with us, like meeting us. Yes. Then he started asking for like our forte, you know, what we are good at, and I told him like I'm a film for writing.
Push, taku, express. Push, Reggie, water, don't boss. Push, your game too short, my nigga, push. We are push, if you ain't push. Watermelon, you can't push.
Like I'm a book buff. Like when I was in school, I used to write like journals and all that, you know, poetry, you know, which has to do with music. So I said like, oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a Maverick, and you know that name stuck in my head, and I was like, okay. When I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas.
You see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. Right? It's something I can afford, yeah.
All right, so are you selling or you just streaming and just let streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called...
When is it coming, sorry? When is it coming first?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet, actually. You can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's this Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November, yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, not at all. Yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management, it's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing.
Okay.
Even activists, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step.
Okay.
Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I follow them on social media, Rock Nation as a label and all that. So I learned that they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. You know, United Master is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yes. So yes, then Jay-Z like owns Rock Nation. So I try to like just suppose I read, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This is what Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specializing in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40 in the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Souq. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 with a refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bua Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bua Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bua Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bua Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bua Foods PLC and Bua Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bua Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kupi Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
What keeps the heartbeat of a community alive? Is it the courage to create, the power to connect, the vision to transform? Well, it's all of these and more. It's a symphony of ideas, innovation, and industry. But where do these stories come alive? It's right here on The Isle, 104.9 FM, the station where dreams meet action and growth finds its voice. The Isle, 104.9. Business, economy, development. Stay tuned.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again, you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money, right?
I'm people man now. I'm supposed to like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, for one nylon now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Live. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show, today we have another special guest, like we always do, every time you see Inside Live on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but I'll let him do it. He's none other than Komi
Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
All of this stress I've been under. Red on my crop running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hats open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the streets to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do. And that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, It's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking.
In this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar. So that's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
So you played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then, I could sing. I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I did play with this. So I saw him doing it and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing here, and I made it happen.
So that was it.
That
was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alexi. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No,
He
it's
just
just no. He still do music. Just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy. So anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, you get maybe to chase other things. You get it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever.
Yeah.
But so how? So you saw Alexi and you said this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
Learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get. He's my boss, so I respect him up till date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On
That's
Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right? Yeah. I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Souq, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently, where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's
Tejo Show Yaba.
With the people.
Yes. Yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah. I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah. I do Solere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, Flame, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information it's privileged information as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount. Maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, you know, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently, frequently, is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall. And Novari Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novari Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the money?
No, not because of the money. Because they appreciate why I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate, and they're always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
because it's the money.
Currently,
you're staying away from the money.
No, not
more.
Boss. Currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point. Where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So do you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole banner.
Sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too, so I'll just
so you just come through.
And we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to.
Because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking lot.
Outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place. Because I know there's a road in front.
That road's
on the side.
That road's in front, the small gates.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight bar that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like twice, and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's in your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that sit at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
it's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done at other malls. Oh, they've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi or Balindi.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic? Or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and start to play?
No. I don't, it's not as I'm led, though. I'm strategic about it. Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you're going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing.
Yeah.
Awesome. You start doing your thing. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just liked the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home. So it's like a decorative piece, right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that, you hadn't played, and you played by ear, and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Como Flames does.
I be no fair to me. Say I never call you it. Boy, I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make me Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend. The money don't show down. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I get that for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for that. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. Because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money, because you
just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, yeah. While I was going home, yeah, someone in the bus paid for my transport, because he just saw me, I got a new guitar, and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Yeah. Then he paid for my transport, and he told me, "Yeah, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show." And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. Yeah, I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. Or you want to see me at a bigger show? But you know, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. Yeah, but he said something, and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. Yeah, and that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any reason.
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, yeah. And in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6-month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the landmark due year. And I still play a landmark.
At the beach?
Yes. I still play a landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, you get, there should be I should be willing to see you again, you get. So it takes a lot of work, you get, so that it does not get
you have to keep upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube, because most times I get my ideas of the busking crafts. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People
that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
They are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the streets.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job too, doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people, right? So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the streets, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. Yeah, I'm all right.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
Well, you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone, I was sharing earlier, I've seen someone that was, busking and his heart was just there. Eyes closed, he was just playing away, And this lady came, she looked at him, she got out her phone, she recorded for a while. And next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly. He might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways. True.
He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs, I'm working on them, but currently...
But you just write, because busking will not give you time.
No, busking, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded?
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle.
You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. Nah, so many girls on my phone, but now you dey cross my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a beauty for you. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Oh, baby, you're my miracle.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as Komi Flames. Thank you so much for being on Inside Life.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time.
Yes.
Again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Handsome Bar. Bye for now.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Nigeria. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Well, good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Nigeria, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story.
Yeah.
Before it became Blackface Nigeria.
Blackface Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Nigeria to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Nigeria, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Nigeria to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Nigeria. So it's Blackface Nigeria. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Nigeria. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense. They were common sense.
Oh, so you're saying common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense, and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened
that's
with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Nigeria, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life, one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't...
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists who don't want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently, major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently, there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in a record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels,
or even invest in themselves.
If they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing up.
When you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now, we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to...
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so that people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, What was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, you know, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before we came.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Mini Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88.
Damn.
Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started seeing that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also decided to take it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish 1 or 2 things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made we made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. You know, just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother. Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them, And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. Like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him then, it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome. So, personal question. Your relationship with Innocent, right, is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something?
Because it's been online. It's been
the media
the whole back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efe Omorogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been squashed.
When there was we
had that, but
they
didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about
I've not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting?
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How long
has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that,
you know.
that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful, it's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? You know, it's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't write the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. You know, that was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. You know, it's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothman's Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothman's Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us, plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game since 2005. I told them I was ahead against 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him
why-
in Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because they them damn hip hop world, me to check my profile. Say me better than they, let them me got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Name and Spicy Rocksteady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
But
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even
You know,
if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
Person.
an agenda or a person,
yes.
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. They fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yeah, right there. And Byron and Park. So Ray Power history is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then he came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. Made this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring Faze into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something, something, VI.
Yes, yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win Faze.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when Faze was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot.
At the time.
You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When Faze sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? Did they
put
it up and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live, and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with Faze is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about Faze. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are, and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes...
The person that believed to take you.
The person that believes in you will tell you you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
Yeah, I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's Faze right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... Even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can't sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat too, I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, isn't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist, you can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening. Because I believe if I'd made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I take it home.
Yeah,
I'm talking about...
okay, Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So, I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was...
Tijo?
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we're able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us, they do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yes, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just... You know, so they didn't want that. And Tijo felt like, that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right. But the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right. And I am the plantation. So I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Tom. How did that play out?
I couldn't go continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There have to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died. 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See,
maybe.
understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
No,
screens.
I'm
They still use
all
all
the
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and
are
we were ahead of
phones,
them.
but I'm talking about...
The network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestrian. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at Souq News.
You guys are doing a great
the
job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job. But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it into your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
That was the first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce
Come with a
ourselves.
bang.
And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to go.
Do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed. Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life,
Inside
Souq News
Live.
Television. the IL 104.9.
Thanks for
Thank you
having me,
coming
man.
through.
Thanks for having me, man. I
Thank you for coming
appreciate
through.
it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Ninja, signing out.
So it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability, and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%, that would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. That we're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by, leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in the comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that this is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. Don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the signature of this project through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos as it's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable, let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So, no confidence in the test. ACTs are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria. In the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare sector, and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. I will bring in this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is learned? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is. Next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path, and we are happy that this is being mentioned here today, and like I said, this signature, and in line with the stratification strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping and assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we are to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venom, the CEO, Measurements. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for WorldCat. Vicky, we're going to have the Honorable Minister interested for malaria. Okay, Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. We cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, they will say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. Standing in for myself, and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewable agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the Rethinking Malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of primary healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths, respectively. I am confident that the Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiatives like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evidenced from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria from the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. Pleased to say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the excellent Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties.
Congratulations, sir.
Negative. prevalence of malaria in Lagos has been charted course to pre-elimination. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honourable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
A practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The Country Director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the Country Representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners and stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization programs. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals, it has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity, it drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school, it has affected businesses, it has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news, it is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a pin, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine in Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Akiambam, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those things you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small prick, and in no time you can actually. That's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time. And we've all put our minds to it, it's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes from our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards, in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It requires, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to be able to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025 target. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there's no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20, where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we have to take that $20 million. We have to do everything to make sure that we take we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. You know, I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month, basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program. Our community pharmacists are here. All of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support and making this initiative positive. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, all of his deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you're doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have said for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts, they pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final breaking point in which we all can say that yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, the fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that's the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's nothing that's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence, Councillor President?
When we were meeting, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. She was doing her eye and her eye. This pre-ordination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to Malaria Pre-Admission and Sterilization Program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo hall.
And as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link we don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it was great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that it presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of, not just people that live in London, but for the UK, you know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. It was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go, that's progress for you.
St. Martin's-in-the-Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs and is famous for its portico and steeple and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
The second speaker, Emeka Anselm, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, like he's going to learn again while others teach. Then when he comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in so on. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader, productive, produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message as leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this thing a lot. The role of social media. That even as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went to that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm a coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content-rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, you know, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. You know, this is the best use of my time today.
To realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, is for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
African languages can be the means of attaining true independence and decolonization. In fact, language is the vehicle with which culture is rightly or wrongly expressed. Culture is deeply implanted in the language of a people, but the slave trade has tarnished and demeaned the essence of our culture, language, arts, and values. African languages are catalysts for the consolidation of the African cultural heritage. Developing the various cultural heritage associated with these languages that are currently scattered around Africa is important. Less than 20% of African languages have written forms, thereby making their learning practically impossible. To redirect African languages from disuse and extinction, more enlightenment campaigns should be vigorously pursued by the various governments of Africa on the potentials and benefits of various cultural heritages in various indigenous languages. It is compulsory to promote teaching and learning of indigenous languages and replacement of foreign languages that currently serve as official languages. People gain the ability and authority to make informed decisions and implement change in their own lives and the lives of other people. It is a means of encouraging youth to do great things for themselves and also to make great impact on the people. The empowerment of youths in the 21st century in Africa ensures a lot of good for the continent in curbing poverty eradication. This is because youth empowerment can curb the rate of poverty to a large level. When a youth is equipped with essential skills, he or she can utilize them to feed or assist others and even invest for future use, aiding the nation economically. The creative industry economy or the cultural industries could be used to empower African youths in this century where everything had gone digital. These industries have a big role to play in the development of African youths of this generation. The empowerment of youths in Africa can therefore be achieved through training, loans and grants, equipment and productive environment, and tapping into culture and creative arts as tools. The new media can also be used to increase the popularity of Africa's creative economy. Social media has become a space of cross-pollinating cultural knowledge that sustained Africa in the past, hence providing a versatile space that has placed the contemporary African art forms at the center of transformative possibilities. Content creators should reproduce traditional cultural songs to reimagine alternative Africa different from the one shaped by colonial history and patriarchy. TikTok, for instance, has become a space mediating the visibility of marginalized voices within reproduced literary pieces. We must also not lose sight of the African Union Agenda 2063, which envisions an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics, as well as integrated continent, both politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. To put it best, true independence devoid of reliance on powers that are external to this continent is one of the many visions of the African Union. Literature, precisely. Drama as a genre can assist the realization of these visions. African nations should be encouraged to make concrete pronouncements on the need to use the various indigenous languages for official purpose. In addition, governments at the various levels in Africa should set aside funds that can be used for research purposes by educational and cultural institutions within the African continent. With this research, more of this cultural heritage will be developed. We should also shift attention to exploring the possibilities of utilizing creative and cultural industries as tools of African youth's empowerment in the 21st century. The choice of the youth is premised on the statistical fact that the youth form the bulk of Africa's active population, who disturbingly are largely unemployed and could be misdirected to participate in violent conflict. The youth can be aggregated as a period of human development which occurs between childhood and adulthood. Adopting the creative industry as empowerment, the onus is for policy implementation experts, non-governmental organizations, governmental agencies and regional and continental bodies to reference academic resources to policies that will frog-lift African cultural endowments to global reckoning. For a revival, and for the Africa we want on Agenda 2063 to be realized, relevant mental conditioning, taking responsibility of actions, the development of brilliant insights, and anchoring a psychology of winning are essential. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News. Imagine a world without the roar of a lion, the flight of an eagle, or the rhythmic dance of ocean waves teeming with life. Wildlife is more than just the animals, their natural habitat. It is the lifeblood of our ecosystems, shaping the environment and maintaining nature's delicate balance. Yet, with each passing year, human activities threaten this balance. Deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution, and climate change are pushing many species to the brink of extinction. That is why World Wildlife Day is marked on every March 3rd a global call to action to protect and preserve the rich biodiversity that sustains life on Earth. It is a reminder that wildlife is not just about the animals, it is about us, our survival, our food, our medicine, our future. Wildlife Conservation Finance, investing in people and planet, shines on a spotlight the urgent need for sustainable funding to protect ecosystems. It highlights the role of financial investment in safeguarding both wildlife and human livelihoods, because when we invest in nature, we invest in ourselves. From individuals to policymakers, businesses to conservationists, every tree saved, every habitat protected, and every species conserved is a step towards securing a healthier planet for future generations. As humans, let's act before it's too late. The fate of wildlife is in our hands, and in saving them, we just might be saving ourselves. Chike Okolo, Souq News Television.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill skates through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low-income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax to back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, they need to bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower-income earners because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So, which means that, and these products, they are products that are commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses low-income earner will not, the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rate across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input fats. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. But FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. You don't need to visit their office, except there is a challenge. Right? So, they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So, what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So, they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not, businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in TaxNet, but they are already bringing them to TaxNet. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million? Threshold, so we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, rent, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it is a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
Souq.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. Souq is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think is helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading, look at the target, the businesses also, are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
That's why you can see that MRC Nigeria is, is rated best when it comes to world best practice. So we have people from other countries who come. This is where you are. We have people from other countries who are to learn from us, who are from our activities here, gender responsive, gender complete. We have our friends and all of that. So you get to know about minor So at this junction, I would want to call or recognize the presence of some experts. And first, I would like to call to the table our keynote speaker for today and the founder, Web of Life Foundation, Mrs. Andre.
I would like to illustrate some things that we do which are the houses order. Okay, so everybody has very much of your elements, so that the government is able to government together. And the office is the next stage. They also do the food regulation in the year 1942. Presently, that's the next one of state offices, the super offices and seasonal office, which the headquarters is the Abuja. The information we want to realize it's our from the constitution of the federal government election and senate constitution. Then also it is our obligation of the legislation piece. We have our corporate ministries, which are like corporate cities. We have exclusive information we want to are exclusive decisions in front of our government. That means it's only the power is decided in the federal government. So those things always have to do with the federal government. So the legal framework that guides the operation of federal government is the Labor Act, that's 2004, as a Manufacturing Act, Trade Disputes Act, Trade Union Arbitration Conciliation Act, Employee Compensation Act, 2010, Child Rights Act, Pension Reform Act, Geneva Conventions, National Insurance Trust Fund Act, National Health Insurance Scheme Act, National Minimum Wage Act, Productivity Center Act, National Directorate of Employment Act, Nigerian Children Trust Fund Act, National Institute for Labor Studies Act, last but not the least, National Policy on Labor Migration, which we still have others still coming up. It is important to know that the Employment and Wages Department is where the MRC, as MRC is a unit under the Employment and Wages Department. So the Productivity Measurement and Labor Standards, the Social Security and Cooperative Department, the Occupational Health and Safety, Skills Development and Certification, then also Policy Analysis, Research and Statistics. To dwell more on the other departments, which are very key, because most times when you ask someone to, what do you understand that Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment does, they will just tell you they create employment, or that's the place where employment originates from. most times people don't really know the other services or the other activities that is carried out by the ministry. So the trade test, which is a certificate for artisans in Nigeria, if one goes or finish from university, the person gets graduates with either a BSc, BA, or HND as a case. Then most times people that actually go to learn they're skilled workers, they actually learn handiworks. Which certificate do they get after, to certify that they've been able to demonstrate that they can apply the skills learned? This is the trade test, and it's the skills certification department that issues that, which in Lagos State we have the office at Yaba, that's opposite to Queen's College. And it's also worth to know that that trade test certificate is equivalent to OND. Yeah, according to assessments, it's equivalent to OND. So please, it's very important. All these other services are highlighted. We also have other ones, but time will not permit me to go through them. So Migrant Resource Center, then also the National Electronic Labor Exchange. So the MRC and the NELEX is a unit, like I said, under the Employment and Wages under the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. The MRC was set up by the federal government in collaboration with IOM, that's International Organization for Migration, in 2016. It is a unit under the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment. The center has 3 locations, which include Abuja, Lagos, and Edo State. Then, what does the MRC do? Or what does it stand for? Okay, it is an information hub for the provision of accurate information about migration, reintegration, and other support services for potential and return migrants and the general public in order to enable migrants exercise their rights and avoid exploitation, and also provide migrants with information on how their migration, remittances, and return plans can relate to development. So the functions of MRC. So the MRC centers actually provide services such as information and counseling section. So I believe when you are coming into the hall, you might have seen some chairs arranged outside red colors. So that's our counseling session, place. So also advice on legal migration rights, employment, and integration. So the MRC, most times when you get the word migration, it's a very, very simple word, but it entails a lot. People are migrating today, but the majority of the call them migrant workers. They don't know their rights and their responsibilities. So the MRC also carry out what we call the PIOS, that's a pre-martial orientation workshops for migrants, potential migrants that are intended to. The term potential is people that are planning to leave the country, that are planning to migrate out of the country. They are leaving their country of origin to destination countries. And also the integration services for returning migrants, which is very key. So most times when migrants leave the country or country of their origin, when they go to the country of destination, most times the majority of them they go there for different purposes, usually to actually get a better life or to increase more in their wages and salaries. So when they go there, they might want to have a link with their country of origin in terms of sending remittances back. So the MRC also enlightens them on how to go about this. And also the information services and advice analytics and investment services, like I said, there's psychosocial services for migrants at risk or who are experiencing exploitation. You just see in the news that you see people that are traveling, but you don't ask the question. Most people that are traveling, all of them that actually have the legal documents, to stay in the country of destination. So most times when they actually go there, most times people that don't have the right documents, they face a lot of, how I see it, abuse. They also face a lot of discrimination. Even some of them who are like people that go to the regular as I mean, that's what it's a feeling for themselves. They can relate, and also the all kind of things. So all those things. So when they come back, when they are being brought back home, so the essential services are what we also like feedback to the society. Also, we contribute, MRC also helps with awareness on the development of national and regional policy in question of origin. Trust and legislation is designed to govern migration and promote growth and development. So that's MRC. So it's MRC/NELEX Center. So the National Electronic Labor Exchange is the job center of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is federal government of Nigeria. And it is a federal government public employment agency creating an enabling environment for job creation. It's an electronic job market that enables jobs seekers and employers meet online to minimize challenges faced by job seekers and employers on labor. So, and also to facilitate job matching and placement and drastically reduce time spent on research. Before the advent of NELEX, which is the National Electronic Labor Exchange, we all know the normal route which people use to apply for jobs is that they actually go through what the PEs, that the private employment agencies, which are the third parties. So they have to submit their CV, most of them call them for interview or test. So with the advent of NELEX, it's actually reduced the bridge gap, between the employers and job seekers. And this was actually facilitated because of the fact that the majority of employers may actually complain of skill gaps in their place of work. So the federal government did feel that for the Nigerians job seekers to be able to access, how I say, first-hand information about job vacancies. That was why the NELEX was established. And also the initial existed as an analog registry and started with 6 centers in Lagos, Abuja, Oka, Asaba, Bauchi, and Kaduna. So it has now grown to 13 more states, including a total of 19 centers. So that means the national job center, where the National Electronic Labor Exchange falls under, is we have definitely 19 centers, which is that grows to 19 states. So job seekers and employers are being exempt from these services for free. So that means every job seeker who is seeking for a job can go to the NELEX portal to apply for the job. Employers can also go online to register for free, and they can also post for their job vacancies. Then the NELEX platform collects information about job seekers and employers anywhere in the world. That is to say, it could be local employment, but it could also be international employment. And all these employments are they are actually very MRC team or people in charge by the ministry, so that the Nigerians do not fall into the hands of the wrong employer. So also with the function of NELEX, the registered job seekers, they verify employers' profile, and also they do job matching. Most of us don't understand that's job matching, but the job matching is very key. Most times when graduates they are actually looking for jobs, they don't know the required skills to have, they have to match for their own dream job. For instance, the graduate of English now would actually tell you, okay, where he or she can work is in the educational sector. But right now, we have people that are studying some courses that you can work in the embassies. So that job matching is very, very important. So we also do that. And then also, they provide labor market information to enhance business decisions, and also on both areas and counseling. So that is very, very key. Part of the things the center does is that we actually have a platform whereby, like, we do counseling, we provide people that come to the center, job center. We also ask them for vocational career that if they need such. And that will be about skills, serenity, and analysis for improvement. Some skill development and things like I said earlier. Maintaining pool of specific skills, self-concurrent and additional qualities, employment work, and so on. So who are the target audience of the MRC and the NELEX Center? So this includes the employees, the employers, the youth, the general public and communities, potential migrants, and the resources. Then who are our existing partners? Because we don't know that every organization has people who actually combine together to actually make it form. So the partners, who are the existing partners, they are the ones, they are the partners on ground to make it work rolling. So one of such is which is the Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, the major stakeholder in this organization. And also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, National Bureau of Statistics, and National Electronic Agency, and ACO. And the private organizations, agencies, NGOs, CSOs, and to mention with the support of the international bodies, the ILO, which is sourcing is represented. So then the IMF, the NGC, and GIZ, which is the center we are. So those are our ground partners. So the local license, like I said, the private employment agencies, they are the ones like the third party. They are the ones the government issues certificates for to recruit on behalf of other organizations or for their own personal self. So the ministry is empowered by Section 23, 25, and 71 of the Labor Acts, 190, and license fees and proper persons to operate as labor contractors and private employment agencies. For the purpose of employment of workers, both local and international. This license is called the recognized license. So they are the regulators of private employment agencies, and therefore they are part of the teams to ensure that every company is going to get a license, so that they are able to protect the job standards and the amount of facts and legal elements. So it is also, we are also going to this more because we have saturated illegal recruiters around the country. So whenever we actually see or we actually call the attention of the industry, please. So actually, like you say, when you see something, say something. The government is not doing it. You need to collaborate with the government and citizens. So whenever we actually cite most of these illegal recruiters, they have because society is more than the benefits. The benefit is just that they actually operate illegally, and when they operate illegally, a lot of things they can actually use the recruiters to, the government to do a lot of nefarious activities. So when we see such people, we can call their attention to the issue, especially the MRC center. So these are part of the photo session from some of our training SI website. It's www.learnex.com. In our social media handles on Facebook, it's FMLNex, or Migrant Resource Center Lagos. On Instagram, it's MRC_Lagos. While on Twitter, on X, that's Lagos_MRC. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Everybody, all protocols to be observed. Welcome everybody here once again. Thank you for honoring our invitation, and we are so glad to have you here. On behalf of the head of the Migrant Resource Center, Barrister Mr. who is unavoidably absent, so I'm here to represent her actually. So we don't have much to say, but I think she certainly did, right? So I think after the meeting, I'm not going to So are you ready?
Everyone celebrating, of course, the event for ourselves, our religious and elegant women. I'd say that on this year's edition of the National Women, which is a state it also marks the giant strides of women, as well as the ever committed engagements that women have made across the world, and of course in Nigeria, but of course to the support and engagement of women and gender components of a lot of work that we do. I felicitate with all celebrating this year's International Women's Day, and this occasion also extend heartfelt compliments from the International Women's Day. Thank you. You said, I'm the Lord of things. Who makes it? Who makes it? Yeah, I got a big question. Yes. You say, man, one thing you must get happy. If I remember that thing about Bible 3, they say, God made Adam to sleep. He looked around and saw a woman. He laughed. That very language, he laughed and became happy. So women, kudos. You are great. You make us happy. Actually, the word is around the easy because if you are a right thinking human being, the world cannot teach you. You see, are we starting from home? Taking care of the family, taking care of every environment, making the world suitable. In fact, if the world is not suitable, so that's the question. When you ask it, I was imagining because so today is your day. The national women's day celebration. We are happy. I have to tell you, I want to celebrate it. I have it. If the women are contributing in a spiritual level of the society, toward the level of the family,
more effort. Nowadays, I'm suspecting people are smarter. In some of the civic responsibilities of those people, you always say men and women are equal. Leave that idea. That idea, men and women are equal. You should leave it. So that we cannot spoil something somewhere. Since you are making the world exist in a better way, that idea of what men can do, women can do better. Again, if you want the world to be a more suitable place, let us be that kind. Look what I'm making us proud. Even if you are pretending, the women are doing very well. Let us be very proud. I said, I will see my performance. I read the event, we saw other people. We need house. When I debate, we are very many. To tell you people, only let them know that you are performing. The people that we find, and it is our family desire that people will grow. To the level that the world, you say, how can you find the world? It's very difficult. But we believe that the women can do it. That's a very big task in our women. How do you find this world? The world is in a very big source about the war. The Swedish people are the men. And solve the problem. If you watch the battle of 1,200 BC, that was the headache of Christ. A woman caused battle that killed almost the entire country. So people can make unity in this planet. So I call you that you will enjoy unity in your home, in your environment, in the state, in the country at large. So we don't know where we can continue to raise the women because their hard work is highly commendable. So we still pray that God let the women exist and continue to do their good work for again. Thank you.
Take accelerate action for all women and girls equally. For all women and girls, right, equality, empowerment. So that means a short. Then after that, please, all right, who do you inside? Take it. I hope that's clear. For all women and girls, right, equality, empowerment.
look at the approval of the woman. Not all women or women are wife. Women, free woman, she's a wife. And not just being a wife, she's an organizer. A man is organizing the house and everything, but you organize it. Women are managers. Without them, man will live in his family. So what they home is not ready. They are managers. And apart from that, look at them, in the position, they are advisors. They are president. And the end there, they are lost. They are not lost from the life, they are lost. When you come from work and you go, or have bad time, you come with a lawyer, you
Executive Director of Web of Heart Foundation. She's an English graduate with over 10 years experience in people's management, guidance, counseling, entrepreneurship, and skill development. She is highly invested in rehabilitation, reintegration, and resettlement of migrants and internally displaced persons in Nigeria through talent identification, entrepreneurship training, personal development, psychosocial support, skill acquisition workshops, and other initiatives. She has worked in partnership with NCFRMI to run Migrant Reintegration Center since 2015. She is certified in trauma healing from Fast Stress Trauma Healing Institute, Germany. She is also certified in various aspects of migration management. She has received recognition for her dedication to humanitarian services, including 2 recent awards from the National Commission of Refugees, Migrants, and Internally Displaced Persons, and the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Social Development, and Disaster Management. Madam Bote is an entrepreneur with business in fashion, security, hairdressing, vocational and entrepreneurship training center. She is currently a member of the Technical Working Group on Return, Rehabilitation, and Reintegration Committee. She is currently the Southwest Zonal Coordinator of SCONET, CSO Next Stage. A passion for empowering individuals and communities is evident in our workplace. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Madam Bote.
There are many of us who are here today and don't really know what International Women's Day is all about. So I would go from the beginning of the program to talk about the International Women's Day. Like we've already been intimated that the theme for the year is accelerate action. The word accelerate means that don't go slowly, go fast. And very fast, so you can get faster results. So we really need to achieve faster results in terms of getting the rights and the equality and empowerment of the women and of the girls. This year's theme is a global call to recognize tactics, tools, and methods that support women's progress in various aspects of life. 50% of our population in Nigeria are women, so it's important that 50% of Nigerian population are not neglected, that they are in a place where they are happy, where they're fulfilled, and where they are contributory to national growth and to personal growth. The brief history of the International Women's Day. The IWD dates back to March 1911. If your eyes are very good, even with my glasses, my eyes are not so good. I'm not able to see the screen too well, but you run the slides so that I can use my iPad. All right. So brief history of the International Women's Day dates back to March 19, 1911, when it was first celebrated in United States of America and European countries following a proposition by a German activist, Clara Zetkin, in 1910. This was brought about by the labor movement in which numerous women who worked in the apparel industry marched through the streets of New York. The cause was their desire for voting rights. Women were not allowed to vote at the time, and there were conditions if they had to vote. And of course, they wanted better remuneration. Like we know, women are less paid. Even when a man is doing the same job with a woman, they pay the woman less. And we're saying no. Enough is enough, you know. If you do the same work as a man, you should be paid the same wages. To be heard, to be recognized, to be regarded as co-contributors to national and international growth. Then where are we now? We're in 2025. What's the journey so far? That's what a day like this allows us to do, to appraise the situation and address the gaps, what's left to be done for there to be a perfect situation where equality is achieved and gender discrimination is abolished. Promote conversations about social norms and laws regarding women's rights. Still, we're talking about 35% affirmation action in Nigeria, which is still not achieved, because if we look at many of the establishments, we have lesser women who are in leadership positions, and we're saying this is not should not be the situation, because in terms of merit, I think there are a lot of women who have pulled their weight. They have become more educated, they have gained more strength, they have become resilient and dutiful, and so should be allowed to lead in places where their competencies are not in question. Government, organizations, and members of civil society to support initiatives that empower women and to push for legal reforms. We're not just asking for reform for mouth. You know, mouth. They keep saying affirmative action. Now mouth is still there. We want it to be in real practice. And then, of course, we know that this whole agitation, it was further buttressed by the Beijing Convention. I know some men don't like to hear anything about Beijing, because it's what brought all this whole agitation, where women are now recognizing that they have rights and they have potentials that allows them to equal the men, and so they should be also similarly rewarded. The Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action is the world's most comprehensive visionary plan ever created to achieve equal rights for all women and girls. It was agreed by 189 governments in 1995, and 17,000 people at the 4th World Conference on Women. It centers on 12 areas of action referred to as critical areas of concern. I'll just run through them without explaining. Women and poverty, women and the economy, political participation, women in power and decision-making, education and training of women, the girl child, very important, ending violence against women. We can see how many people around us have died as a result of violence against them, domestic violence. And then women and health, maternal deaths every day. We have quite a large number of women who are dying from maternal deaths. Infant mortality is quite high as well. And then we're looking at the mental state of many women who have extra load to carry nowadays. They are women, but they're wearing pants and wearing jackets and they're wearing that like that. But then, they are women. Women, institutional mechanism, human rights of women, women and the media, because how the media represents the women is very key in our fight, in our advocacy and in our campaign. If you don't report me well as somebody that should be regarded, then my case may not come to the front burner. So the media is quite important in this pursuit, and so media, you know, be careful what you report about women, help us in our pursuit to be able to achieve equality, to be able to achieve our rights being upheld and promoted, and to be able to get to a place where we are empowered to take action. There's the 12 critical areas of, you could go down a bit. Yeah, okay. So there's a nice table there, which if those of you share your emails, if they are generous enough, they can share some of these slides with you, because it's quite a lot, so I'm not going to run through all of them. So this year is a pivotal year for feminism. It's a time to fight for women and girls' rights, demand gender equality, laws, policies, and programs that enforce gender equality. We keep talking about it, but there must be programs and laws that would engineer it, entrench it, and allow it to be sustainable. And so we're insisting on balancing power structures so that everyone has an equitable chance in the world. And then when we refer to the SDG goal, we say leave no one behind. Whether he's a man or a woman, a boy, a child, or a girl, leave no one behind. People do have legal rights to certain very normal situations and should be allowed. They should not be discriminated against because of their sex, age, race, religion, as the case may be. And every 5 years, these countries come together to appraise the situation and see what is being done. Now I'm going to just quickly run through some of the advancements, the progress that we have made. Like we said, International Women's Day is for us to appraise the situation, the progress that has been made, and then Amanda call for change. Advancement towards gender equality. We have more legal protection for women and girls, 1,583 laws against gender-based violence in 193 countries, 354 statutes targeting domestic violence. We know how Osinachi died from domestic violence. At least we all know her as a Nigerian gospel singer who was battered and sent to her grave. Services and support for survivors. Yes, we now have trained police for survivors. We have shelters that can accommodate survivors, so unless a woman who is ignorant and doesn't really know what to do, rather than stay and die or stay and be destitute, there are shelters that can accommodate women today. And there are legal aid pro bono that can be given to women who are under severe abuse and under severe discrimination. There's counseling that is also available to women. The MROC is doing an amazing job of cutting across all fronts to be able to offer guidance, counseling, career advice, conflict resolution, a lot of counseling, and even mental health training. So, and then of course, the healthcare as well. Then you have economic empowerment of women, the ban on gender-based discrimination in employment. At least we now have some women who are able to be employed in places of note. And then we have unpaid care workers, gender gaps closed across education. There are more women now who are also vice chancellors, deputy vice chancellors of universities, principals of schools, and who are taking huge government positions. We have women also who are in the legislature, even though a very minimal number. More women live in conflict and crisis. We have 612 million women and girls who live within 50 kilometers of areas of armed conflict, like the Boko Haram, Chibok girls. Then we have too many women who are still poor. That is just a statement of fact as of today. Almost 10% of the world's women and girls remain stranded in extreme poverty. Speculations have it that we have 158.3 million women and girls who could be pushed into poverty by the year 2050. That's alarming, and it's quite troubling to know that rather than for us to progress, we're regressing. Because if by 2050 we still have over 158 million women who are in deep poverty, then something urgently needs to be done. Maternal mortality is also part of it, and that is because of the incompetence of some of our medical persons, allowing young people to go into maternal conditions that their bodies are not framed for and they are not mature enough to handle. And of course, the child marriage is one aspect which we stand against. I think a girl child should be matured enough before she's taken into any man's house and is violated. 103 countries have never had a woman head of state. And there are so many women who are competent. Gender parity still remains a distant dream despite the progress in women's political participation. Even when we have had women like Kamala Harris come into being the vice president for the United States of America, we still have so many women who are not recognized for anything at all. The global crisis against women and girls continues with few signs of abating. Around 736 million women have been subjected to physical or sexual violence. that's a number that, you know, when I first read it online, it gave me real troubles, because sometimes you think it's a micro number, but it's sad that 736 million women in the world are being subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner. Intimate partner means your husband, or maybe your fiancé or whatever. And then by a non-partner at some point in their lives. Women are exposed to a lot of sexual harassment, a lot of sexual abuse, you know, and I say one of the contributing factors is that, you know, these days there's no ugly woman, unless a woman who doesn't know her bits, you know. Most women look beautiful, well-shaped, nicely dressed, smell good, and so definitely we are going to attract. But then, you can see with your eyes and zip up. All 17, of course, digital technology is not helping, because you just press information, both the one you want, the one you don't want. Some people don't want to abuse, but they can go into the internet and watch one porno movie, and then they're jacked up, and then of course the next thing that is in skirts is their victim. So technology, digital technology is not also helping in gender-based violence and escalating it. You know, then of course all 17 SDG goals, which is the Sustainable Development Goals, of which the world is using to try and refine some of the world systems, also depends on achieving gender equality. So governments around the world are also agitating for gender equality. What we're saying is that when the tire meets the ground, what is gender equality? So any society, what are we really doing with that, with those two words, gender equality? What are we doing with those words? Now we have rights. We have rights to live. Rights to live free from violence. Rights to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health. Mental health is key. You know, it's not everybody that is jumping on the street naked that is mad. There are many people who are well dressed, but there's a lot of insanity, there's a lot of depression, there's a lot of mental disorder that is going on. People are coming from backgrounds where their fathers abuse their mothers, where their mothers abuse their fathers. Because I don't want to say that it's only men that abuse women. I have seen women who abuse men. So gender-based violence is gender-based violence, and that means male and female. You know, so mental health is key. I'm hoping that the country will be able to have mental health centers where people can actually go for assessment. Make I check this my head first. My head really correct. Why am I beating my child? Why am I beating my wife? Why am I stopping my wife from going out? She can't go to church. She can't go to market. She can't visit her family. She can't even do business. She can't go to school. And yet she's your wife and you love her? I don't get it. What's love got to do with it? Right to be educated, the right to own property. There are communities where women are not allowed to own property. They say you are exceeding your limits when you now want to own property. But I thank God for advancement. Today, many women do own properties. And you know the sad part? Many men don't know the properties that their wives own. Because we live in a patriarchal society where the men don't want to see the women own anything. So, you buy your house, you hide it. You buy your house, you give it to your cousin to help you hold until when? Of course, we have the right to vote. Rights to earn an equal wage. That is part of the fight, and that fight is ongoing. That if you can make this water and you're a man, and I make the same water and I'm a woman, don't pay me less. That's just what it is all about. Don't pay me less. Don't pay me less because I wear skirts. Don't pay me less because I have breasts. Don't pay me less because I have a vagina. No. Pay me the same that is due to that service. And that is what gender equality is all about. And then, of course, we have the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria. It guarantees every citizen the right to dignity. If somebody beats you and abuses you, he has undignified you. Let me use that word. That means he has slashed your ego, your dignity, and has reduced you to almost rubble. And when the Constitution is not for that, the Constitution is saying that there is right to dignity. That means that anybody that wants to handle you should handle you with honor. Should handle you like a human being who has dignity, a human being who has potentials, a human being who has skills and talents. Freedom from any form of discrimination. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a woman. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a Christian. Don't discriminate against somebody because the person is a Muslim. We are saying that all forms of discrimination should end. People should not be discriminated on account of their culture, their income. They should not be discriminated on account of their religion or their race. So racism needs to die in the world. So did you choose to die? There are laws now that are protecting us from vipers and men who do not want to treat women with dignity. And I will say women who don't want to treat men with dignity. There's the provision of the administration of criminal justice. There's a Criminal Code Act. There's a Penal Code Act. Do you know that for touching a girl's breast and she goes to report it, you can go for 7 years imprisonment? I'm not kidding. I know somebody who is serving 14 years now. 14 years. He owned a computer shop, and the young girls who used to go there to train with him, he takes them one by one into the toilet. He doesn't have sex with them because there's no time for that. The toilet is small. But he will do all manner of erotic stuff, and he will abuse them. And one day, one of the young girls thought, I need to report this uncle. And she went and told an NGO, sadly, that this uncle abuses us. And this is an NGO that's coming up. So she wanted to make a name for her NGO that, look, I'm fighting for women who are violated. And she took the matter up. And the matter was brought to me. I said, Madam, use your influence to see if this guy can be bailed. I said, me, use my organization to free this man who 4 girls have come to admit that he abuses them. Not going to happen. And today, as I speak, that guy is in Kirikiri. Whether his case has finally been judged, I don't know. But he's in Kirikiri. Is somebody known to me? So it's not story. And of course, we have the VAP Act. The VAP Act is very effective in Lagos State. And if Lagos government has not done anything, one hand for them. For this VAP Act, they are exercising it seriously. If you have anybody that is being abused, there are lines called free toll lines now that you can call. And then the Ministry of Women Affairs, if you don't know anything, go to Alausa, go to the Ministry of Women Affairs. I am an abused woman. That's all you need to say. You'll be put aside and you'll be attended to. The VAP Act is effective and is sending many abusers to jail where they belong. And Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination, the CEDAW, is also quite effective. And if you are being discriminated against, unduly discriminated against, and you can make your case, go ahead. CEDAW is there to prevent and rescue. And then we're coming back to gender equality. SDG goals is focused on pursuing this main goal. Ending gender disparities, eliminating violence against women and girls, eliminating early and forced marriage, securing equal participation and opportunities. Yeah, equal participation and opportunities is also one of the very key points that is being espoused today regarding the International Women's Day. That more women should be allowed to participate in leadership positions. More women should be allowed to participate in politics. Many of them want to participate, but they are faced with discrimination, they are faced with lack of funding, they are faced with stereotypes. Women are the weaker sex, they have no brains. All they know how to do is probably to cook and the other one. So, you know, many of them are discriminated against in terms of leadership positions, but we know that there are so many women who are in key positions, who have shown ability, who have shown resilience and great expertise, and who should be given privilege to be in leadership positions, even in communities. Nigeria and gender equality, Nigeria registered the lowest in gender equality in Africa. How sad. Using 3 dimensions, education, reproductive health, and labor markets. The labor people can tell you exactly how many cases that they handle here from the females who come in to either look for employment or other economic opportunities through the labor ministry, and the MROC is on their feet campaigning for your labor rights to be upheld, campaigning for fair recruitment policies, best practices in terms of recruitment of women and girls. Major sources of inequality, well, said that. Government policies, household decisions. Nigeria has the lowest number of women in legislation, in education, in governance. Can you imagine a whole Senate, only 3 women and 4, you know, out of which now is -1. So this is shameful. Women pay more taxes. If you go to the tax, women pay more. If you see a woman who is on the same level with a man in an office, the woman is paying more tax than the man, and I'm wondering why. Why? Because she's a woman, and she's on the same level with the man, level 15, and her tax is more than the man on level 15. I don't get it. There is no explanation other than stereotypes that have been upheld from age to age, time to time. We're saying that is enough. That is enough. If a woman is a managing director and she marries to be a managing director, she should pay the same taxes as a man who is that same managing director, doing the same thing and achieving the same results. And I would dare to say that women even achieve more results, because we don't joke with work. Nigeria has the lowest number of women in legislation, okay? Nigeria is one of 5 countries with low women participation. I said that leadership positions are rarely given to women, and that is true. Women have a higher share of soft skills than men, but women are considered subordinate to their male counterparts, especially in a patriarchal society like Nigeria, especially in northern Nigeria, where women are not allowed to have any voice. Women are not allowed to come out of Buddha. They are not allowed to come out from the shell or the hole with which, I don't know where, I'm sorry, excuse my language, but the confinements, let's use the word confinement, the confinements that they are being placed in, women need to come out, be allowed to come out, be able to express their talent. If you lock a woman up, you lock up her talent, you lock up her skills, you lock up everything that she's able to do that is good. Every opportunity that she can bring to the world, the growth that she can even bring to the world, is locked up, is sealed up, is concealed. No. If this woman has virtues and she has skills and she has talent, nothing should stop her. That is what we are saying on this day, International Women's Day. And of course, we have environmental injustice, you know. If it's a man that commits the crime and it is a woman commits the crime, they will stone the woman, but the person who the crime is being committed against will be allowed to take a walk. That's why we thank God for the God that we serve, who said, "Where are your accusers?" He said, I can't see them any myself, so I can't see them too. You know, told you. In criminal justice systems, entertainment worlds, we have, I don't know, women are still not pulling up their weight in terms of television, in terms of movies, even in sports. Even in sports, there's a lot of discrimination women face, even in sports, in religion. The marginal number of religious leaders. How many mosques or churches do you know where women are leaders? If you tune your TV now and it was a woman preaching and a man preaching, what will you do? You switch to the one that the man is preaching. Because that is the stereotype that the world has grown with. And we're saying that stereotype needs to be reversed. People need to be taken on their basis of competence, availability, impact. It's important. Culture and tradition, fear women-head communities. I don't know how many communities you go to and they say the Oba is a woman, or the Bale is a woman, or the what? Whereas if they had left some women to be the baale of some communities, you will need to see what that community will be by today. I'm not kidding. Women, we don't joke with whatever is given to us. That's why we are builders. That's why we are mothers. Please, any male chauvinist, don't hate me. I'm only trying to represent the women in the world today. Solutions. Okay. Ending discrimination in law and practice. Human beings were generally unbridled. So we need laws to make us conform. And we're advocating for those laws that will make the world to conform. That gender equality is urgent, is needful, and is now. And envisioning a sustainable economy with gender equality at its core. Yes, if you're leaving people who are competent out, then the economy is also being compromised. So we need women with vision. We need visionary women. We need women with might. We need women with focus. We need women with education. We need women with a drive. There are some women that will always be women. I want to sit down house. I want to watch TV. I want to go from Netflix to DSTV to Showmax. Fine. But there are some women who are not content sitting down Monday to Friday watching TV. They are not content just waiting for the kids to come back from school and give them food. Because after your kid is 10 to 14, he has left you. He has gone to school, from school to boarding to uni, jackpot. So closing the leadership gaps and, of course, unleashing the power of women's collective action. Women really need to come together. The Labour Acts, I tried to enumerate a few just for us to leave the place of ignorance. Many people don't know. They are just in their offices complaining. My boss this, my company that. They don't know that there are Labour Acts that can enforce the company to give them what is their due. You are a level 17 and they want to pay you level 13 because you are a woman. There are laws. There are labor laws. The Federal Ministry of Labour and the Migrant Resource Center have worked tirelessly. I've been privileged to be at a lot of fora where they have talked about their activities and their functions, and I know that they are fighting very hard to make sure that there are labor laws that are protective of the employee and even the employer. There are labor laws that allows you for fair recruitment, but you must know your right and you must know that law. That is why we're saying that education is important. When the woman is educated, then she can also know that she has rights, and she can know how to forge ahead to insist that those rights be exercised on her behalf. We have the labor law, we have the labor migration law. You know, if you are abroad or in another man's country, in a destination country, as we would say, then you should be able to know the labor laws of that country. So you know exactly when you are just being used to produce, but you too should become a product of nothing. You should be able to know when you are abused, labor abuse. You should be able to also know that through the Labour Act. In Nigeria, we have a standard working week that should not exceed 6 days and working hours 8 hours. But we have bosses that say resume at 7, close when I want to close. And he's going to close at 10 p.m. And you're a mother of 4. And you cannot say anything because you need that job. But Nigerian labor law is saying that you are entitled to work 6 days in a week, and your working hours should be 8 hours. There is another law that says that a worker should not be employed for more than 3 months without formal recognition of such employment. People who work for 1 year, they say they are on what do you call that thing? Probation. 2 years, still on probation. You won't confirm somebody's appointment because you want to pay the person less. No, there are laws that are saying no. After 3 months, they must confirm you or remove you. There are laws that says no woman shall be employed on night work in a public or a private, industrial, or an agricultural setting. How many women know this? Then the man says you will do nights. Then you will do 3 nights. Your children are at home. Your husband is at home. Who's going to cook for him? Who's going to cook for his children? But if you work 8 hours a day, you know you can give them breakfast before you go to work. And you know you can give them dinner before they go to bed. But when somebody is insisting that you work till 10 p.m. and don't get properly remunerated for it, there are laws that are saying no, a woman should not be put on night work. And if you are put on night work, it should be very fair. No, you just do night, Monday to Friday. And in jobs that are not conducive for women to work at night, like the industrial work, agricultural work, midnight, all night till tomorrow morning, alpha. How hours of work and overtime, they are in the labor law. Just go, take time. Especially those of you who are in employment. I never work, so I don't know what it means. But those of you who are in employment, take time, go through the labor laws. The acts are there that protect you. And people need to start to speak up, even if it is at a price. Apprenticeship must be signed by authorized labor officer. People will just do apprentice 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Nobody is signing their apprenticeship. They'll go and wash plates. They'll go and do this. They'll take madam's thing here, there, you know. No. It's an apprenticeship, and then it must be signed by authorized labor officer. So that organization, you make sure that it's an organization that is authorized. Because many of us, we cannot get referrals from where we work because they are not authorized by the Ministry of Labor. Reinstatement and reemployment, compensations for your work, going for medical examination and then pay. See, when you go for medical examination, when you are looking for a new job and you go for medical examination, it is not you that should pay for the medical examination. It's your employer. But here, you will go. You go and spend 76,000. Do a full test. Carry it to the office. After 1 week, they tell you are not okay for the job. Because they must see something wrong with you. Nobody is complete. And then, but if the employer is paying, you can consider it that, okay, it's just malaria you have. You can continue with the work. It's okay. This is really the case. Maternity leave must be 6 weeks before and 6 weeks after. And those of us who are advocating for fair play are saying that men should also be given paternity leave. Some of them are getting already. So if you're a man and you're on unemployment and you're not getting paternity leave, I'm telling you now, it's your right. Go and fight for it and get it. And there is payment that is also coming to it as a result of that. So you have 6 weeks before, you have 6 weeks after. And then we have robust regulations on employment, recruitment of workers, and the like. If you go to nelex.gov.ng, you will see a lot of these rights that you can exercise for your own good. And of course, we have employment. The labor force participation rate among females is 52%. We have males at 65%. In USA, we have 47% of women who are employed. In Nigeria, we have 49.6 women. Nigerian men earn 75% more on average than Nigerian women. Why? Gentlemen in the house, why? Entrepreneurship, Nigeria boasts a thriving community of women entrepreneurs. That is one thing I give to women. Women, they try. Women, they try. Look at a street full of entrepreneurs selling all manner of things. Out of 10 of them, 8 are women. I don't say men, no, they are saying 2%.
I remember because sometimes, a year ago, I think I challenged a lot of it. Okay, you see, powers are not given, but we work for it. Some of you on Nigeria are making research. You will find that the number of women in the society are more than men. And see, a lady came up one time in Nigeria to pray. She got one vote. She got one vote. Are you telling me she voted for herself? Where are the women? Where are the women? Now in 2027, women in Nigeria, at least you can find a handful of them who have money to sponsor political party. Go and register. Okay? And mandate all women in Nigeria to vote for a woman. You will see that you will win us. But like you said, okay, women are the same problem. Okay? You see a woman will go and say, you don't live for husband house. This is for everything. I mean, you understand what kinds of shenanigans will come up. And then we see reasons why you all vote for that woman. And you are forgetting that whether you are in a lower cadre, as long as you are in that upper cadre, it's very easy to make decisions. Okay, that's why the decision lies. Assuming you have a woman as a president, okay, and he appoints a police commissioner, a woman, IG, a woman, all strategic places, a woman. You can't take nonsense from them because they know that there are places where you can go and stand on the road. Look at what happened to that. I hear you. You see, if I talk to you, it's only you and me that know that I talk to you. If you talk about it, not there. So the two of them knows what has transpired. But how many women spoke for her? Even before the decision was taken, when she presented the panel, they have already sentenced her to 6 months suspension. You understand what I'm saying? But is that correct and all that? But how many of us are speaking for her? How many women are speaking for her? The thing you hear is that she's too beautiful. She dey follow like, she dey do like this. Nobody to speak for her. So I challenge all of you today, 2027, get a political party register. I am one of those who are able to campaign for you.
Or when somebody is using them, or when you are quarreling with them. That case of woman senator, all the time she was discussing with the Senate President. They were talking very fine. You couldn't hear anything. And maybe, what am I trying to say? That time I backed you. You can report to government and you need to punish me. That also, not waiting until when you are seeking favor from me, you cannot get it. You now come back. That man is abusing me. That man abused me. The women, they should correct this impression. That is the problem living up and down now. If you want to take action in a particular case, somebody take that action. Not when you are laughing. Somebody may use you. A political friend may use you. Let us for you. I never went that man got me somewhere. I never went that man. I said, report it. It cannot work. When something happens, you report it immediately and not take action. That's the area I'm saying, madam.
Which I said, the Senate President is any human. And so we have propensity to fall at any time. Just like I say, I'm someone and I'm loving on him, and I say one nice word, right? Touch him, But take me for a man. So, and then, and I was saying that something makes something. Maybe she thought she could push it on and it happened. But if you do like you, that's what happened there. So, when the man, he did her bad inside the house. They treated her, move her seats, they just anyhow. So she don't even have anyhow. That doesn't happen. Whether it is true or not, it's still left for us to understand. So since she said she had evidence, my thing is that I don't know at what point she's going to prove the world wrong and prove herself right and bring forth that evidence. I pray that the forum for her to actually produce evidence It is when you touch the wrong one that wahala come. You know, so I also think that for a woman who is in the husband's house, who can come out only to say, this happened to me. You know, many people will keep quiet and let people, and harassment will continue. We must speak out at all costs. No matter the price of paying, yes, you go for 6 months and go and enjoy and say, I go to the Bahamas, go and make sure I enjoy my life well, you know. But then she must make sure she continues to stay with me. So that she can indicate to women like up to our fighting for blessings of God.
When it happens like this, it's stigmatization. You know, you have women in profession, you have doctors, lawyers, and they're going through this. So the first is, are we able to assist these women that ordinarily we look at them as women in power, and be able to assist them to a level that such issues are not, they're not stigmatized by such issues. So I think that's what we should be looking at. The fact that we have a living environment to help these women, to protect them. Yes, it has happened. How do we protect them afterwards? Apart from women in power, we also have young girls that go through this. So how do we protect them? I know Lagos State is doing a lot, but I also believe that Lagos State can do more. Because if a woman has been sexually abused, the first thing she's thinking, how do I hide it? Even if she goes to the police, they won't take her seriously. So the thing is, how do we protect them? So I think Lagos State is doing more, like I said. I think we can also do more to make sure that when a woman has gone to sexual abuse, there's a certain way we protect her.
You just want to take on. I have a friend who wrote on his Facebook about that issue. That imagine how many women in offices have been abused by Natasha. We can't count because they will talk about, and the reason why they will talk about what Natasha is experiencing right now. And what so many women and girls are actually experiencing wherever they stay. We have people in families where women are abused by their parents or abused by people who are supposed to be caregivers or supposed to care for them, right? And then you know that the moment you say that this child has been abused in this family, what someone is going to ask is, how do you know? Prove it. Bring evidence. Let's be sure. Meanwhile, that person is already dealing with something really hard. Right now, thinking about let's protect this person from this abuse or the abuser, you're now kind of encouraging and enabling the abuser because the moment she asks the woman, are you sure it happened? The abuser is like, yes. You're encouraging the people that are doing it. Thank you.
Particularly human trafficking. I think that I would say that one of the reasons why it's important to protect the girl child is to prevent issues like what I went through. It's easy to take your eyes away from issues like this, and then you have what my boss would say, you try to fix it after it has happened. When we protect girls, when we create platforms that actually protect and educate girls, you reduce their vulnerabilities and the tendency for them to go through what someone like me experienced, right? And that is what a day like this is for, to make sure that it doesn't happen, to make sure that you're actually encouraging people to stand for what is right and to ensure that people are not victimized or young girls are not victimized and that they are given a platform to grow and become better. So I am basically saying that this prevention is better than actually focusing on trying to fix it after it has happened. Thank you.
I just wanted to add that when we talk about girl child, we are saying the word child is very important, but the girl child is the essence. Because if we look at the election process right now, we have more voters as women. The girl child should be encouraged to stand, to speak, to have a voice. We usually say the mothers are responsible for the upbringing of the child, but I'm saying here today that it's all a collective business. Digital divide, information is not very available to many communities in the grassroots, the girl child fine has improved that progressive era of the girl child should stay at home. But we are saying education is many grassroots communities prefer to put the boy child in school, and they say, okay, let the girl child stay at home. So when we are talking to women, sad to say that in area like our because in Lekki here, we see more of the boys in school than the girls, very close to us here. And the government is doing a lot. Lagos State is trying. We have a lot of agencies that are working. Ministry of Women Affairs, they are doing their bit. But when we talk about technology, we still have a lot of things to make available to the girl child. We have the World Literacy Foundation, for example. What they are doing for the girl child is they are able to come out and tell them this is the community where the girls are not being encouraged to go to school. They are ready to say, okay, let us set up some equipment, but this information is not available. How many NGOs, how many civil societies are aware that there's a group like that that is ready to do so much for the girl child?
Thank you very much. The custom, the norms, and the culture of our society, like in Africa, or down to Nigeria, or part of this country, outrightly does not favor the girl child. Just as the last thing I just mentioned, there are some things we believe in this country that is right, which is absolutely wrong. One, that priority be given to a male child over a girl child. We have given them equal opportunity because either due to poverty or as a result of religious belief. And outrightly, you just conclude that the boy will do better, let the girl stay behind. And then we promote the boy child over the girl child, give them education, take care of them, and we don't believe that the girl will end up in man's house. That belief that girl cannot do better, that girl is limited, that girl has inefficiency, is very bad. And the religious belief as well, and cultural belief, I'm sad to say that some people believe that, look, a child girl is just for making money due to poverty. Let's analyze. When a man is so poor or is poor and he has 3 or 4 children, and maybe out of them 2 are boys, 2 are girls, he's looking up with the girl that very soon, at the age of 13, the age of 14, this one will make me money. Let's say the culture whereby when you are coming for that or they are making 2 or 5 cows, he's looking at himself going to be a potential wealth man. If so, you'll be encouraged to what? To give the girl child out for marriage. And as a result of that, he finds back a lot of essential things, which you have had in life, opportunity to study, opportunity to get a lot of things, and end up descending poverty. And there's a lot of things I have to say, but maybe because of time, as the question progresses.
That's another thing. When they are going through this process, they are told to stay at home and not go to school. So the father and baby will say, why am I going to spend so much on school fees, especially when the poverty issue comes in? Why am I going to spend so much on school fees? When how many times in a month for a session they are in school for like 3 months? Let's calculate how many days she's not going to be in school because of this mental issue. So let's keep her at home. So at the end of the day, that's another factor that results in the girl child being told to stay at home. And the healthcare centers are trying to do a lot. NGOs are doing a lot to try and see. UNDP, they're doing something right now where, okay, let me say.
Girls are not allowed to make decisions or they are not empowered to make decisions. So you find out that in families like what we are discussing now, you find out that these girls are not actually even taught how to make decisions for themselves. The men in the family should make the decision for you. They are the ones who know better, right? So it's part of what the problem is. Anything or empowering them to make decisions is what will reduce the problem. But then that access to resources or information that can actually help them make this decision for themselves is not there. Let's take for instance immigration.
education and sensitization. I believe the major cause of some of these problems is a lack of knowledge. You know, when there's a popular saying that knowledge is power, what you don't know, you don't know. I believe if you can create a safe system for our women, for our girls to speak up when they are going through a lot, when they are passing through things. I know we've not spoken about domestic violence here, we've not spoken about abuse, we've not spoken about emotional abuse, not even physical abuse. A lot of girl child out there go through these things, but they cannot speak up. If you remember maybe while growing up, we have heard of cases, scenarios of girls, children being maltreated in schools, but they don't have who to report to because they are probably scared of their parents, or probably because their parents have not sensitized them enough to know that they can always come to them to speak up. Even in our workplace, even in religious organizations, wherever we find ourselves, I think there should be a sensitization and awareness for every girl child to learn how to speak up and not die in silence. So that when you speak up, a problem shared is absorbed. So when you share your problem, you are able to speak up. The next person can hold your hand and fight for you. She mentioned a point the other time that we are in a system whereby you are being shut down. We run a patriarchy system in Nigeria, we are all aware of that. There was a popular thing that was going on when one of our political leaders said that the wife only belongs, will remain the housewife and the other, I don't know if you can remember the incident. And you know, there was also an advert that was trending one time when a man gave birth and wanted to break the news to the mom and was like, Mama, it's a boy. If you realize that at some point that advert was taken down for obvious reasons. So that is what we are talking about. A system that allows a girl child to speak for themselves. And so to bring me back to my first point that says awareness, sensitization. Speak to these young girls. If many of us can remember back then in school, we have listened to some speakers that were invited to our schools that motivated us in one way or the other to do better. We have some people that saw probably a young core member that came to school and you don't determine in your mind that I want to be like this core member. So I believe there should be sensitization programs for a girl child. Is not informed. Does not. The next question I would ask is, how many of us actually know our rights? Do you know your rights as a woman? If you know your rights as a woman, then you can stand. Then you can tell your girl child, this is what you are entitled to. So organizations or NGOs like us go around schools. Like right now we have our people to go to all the schools in Lagos State. And Lagos State we have 60 streets. The work is enormous, so everybody has to come on board. When we talk about IWD, there is a call for action. Let's accelerate progress. If I remember, the first female vice chancellor, Professor Elizabeth, she was a woman, and what did she do? Mathematics. What brought her out of that worry section? She grew up from Delta State. From how many children were there, how many girls were there? But it was education that brought her, that made her get the scholarship that she got, and that scholarship took her to the UK. And she stood her ground, and she came back as what? As one of the renowned mathematicians we have in Lagos State. So education is a provider role. Nobody can underplay it. So I feel I'm limited because the options are not really available to me. And I thought that what you don't know is what you always think is very good. We've gone to all the schools. Fine, you don't have a sports center in many of the public schools you have here. Then they play basketball, you have to take them to the stadium. But that should not be a limitation for you. Right now you are being sent to school. She was complaining that amongst those she was brought from the village, that she's the one that they would wake up early in the morning to do the chores, to do the list. And the director there that was with us for the program got up and told her, this story you are giving is not a limitation for you anyway. So NGOs have a lot of work to do because we're able to encourage that girl, that education, the fact that they've even sent you to school, be grateful for that. You can take yourself out of this place where you have found yourself. Because I must tell you, once you go to school, you are educated to have a voice anywhere. And that voice gives you the ability to. There was a program we had in one of the schools, and one of the children actually got up to say, why are people saying people are not going to school? Because why? The environment where that child has been brought up encourages going to school and has never heard of a situation where a girl child is not being allowed to go to school, or I've never even, it doesn't even understand what are you talking about, call to action. Everybody in my family is a doctor, is a lawyer, is a this, is a that. So I'm just saying, the environment you find yourself, make use of that environment and create impact. So we're able to tell the girl, the fact that you're not in a private school is not, and I have been to a number of schools, and I just couldn't tell the girl that this school you are in is even better than many of the private schools I've been in. Because the girls were so bold, they were so confident, they had voices, they could speak, and I was happy we were there because we were able to tell them, just know your rights. Know what, the UN has something they call Declaration of Human Rights. It's a small book. How many people have the time to actually read it and know their rights? And I always tell women, if you know the SDG goals, for example, right to life, right to water, I talk about water, I talk about climate, those are invariably our rights. They are calling for action on those SDG goals. They are saying we should have a voice with regards to these issues. So I'm encouraging mothers, wives, everybody here, take something back. No matter what, no matter the situation you find yourself, let the girl child have a voice. We are talking about rights, we are talking about equality. Many of the girls will tell me, we are not equal to Oga's children. I said, please, why are you looking at Oga's children that go on holiday every summer to London? I can tell you, the categorical example I always give them is Professor Lele Williams. Google our blessed memory now. She wasn't from an elite home, but at the end of the day, there's nobody that has not heard about Professor Grace Lele Williams.
I think that the reason why we are still having young people you feel like I educated. For instance, I have finished my BSc before I got graduate. It's funny, right? And the thing is, the right kind of information that is related to those class of people. So the reason why women that have information are saying Natasha people should actually help investigate what has happened is because they understand it, right? Now, the ones who are doing a match against Natasha is because they don't understand it. So if you're going to take information to that kind of community, you have to make it relatable, make them understand. You're taking sensitization and awareness to a school where you know that these children barely even have access to 3 square meal. Make it relatable. Teach them what they actually need to do to know about their rights. Right? That's what is actually going to help advance this information that we are passing.
There are people who don't value education, and there are some people who don't value education up to now. We are talking. Now, you must understand that education is unique, and access to unlock the great potential. You mentioned about television, the rest of them. We are talking about them today because they are educated. Now, there are people who don't believe there are families. Practically now, think of practical aspect. They would not care when their children get to school, whether they miss classes or not. Some might do some chores at home, and they don't find it necessary that the child should get to school by 8 or by day or before 8 to at least to attend the first class, so that the child get to the school demoralized. Some of them are big, some of them are dead, and they can't even concentrate. So what we need to do most of the time, we come there, relate to them, talk to them, give this child the privilege of Shiza, so that she will be able to concentrate at school and learn. I'll give you a scenario of a child left in the school, and the child closed by 1 or thereabout. So, you see, they just push their child to school and they let the child or the school take care of. They don't care what happens after the school, and they don't even know that the child's life matters. The child will grow up and to understand that we will not better. The parents will include. Some don't take their children's homework or whatever. But what am I saying these days? So close by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the night. I was able, but what is okay? Let me go to the police. I'm going to buy food. I can't live with this. the gate man there have problem with sex. So if you reach China, eventually, I don't know, I will eat something everywhere. Where are you? Say it's not that. They are only one of them. They are afraid. Can you think about that? So at this stage, child, you want to go to come to school and come again and you do a homework and this and that. So we should give priority, you see, to them. Let us have interest in what they are doing. That the best legacy you can give a child is education. Give them money, give you whatever. They will end up and destroy everything and go to their own. There are rich men in this country that are not of the African because they are poor.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Shehu Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team can be a huge task, because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, They have been appointed because they are loyal. They have been appointed because they can speak, talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners there, not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they are still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a Global Future Market Insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Teach us to number our days that we may apply our heart unto wisdom. This ancient phrase isn't just scriptural, it is a guiding principle embraced by people from all walks of life, whether for fun or for genuine wisdom. 60 is indeed a remarkable milestone, and today we join the world and the Methodist Church in celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of their very own Secretary of Conference, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. Hello, my name is Grace Komolafe, and this is Souq Podcast. Like I would always say to you whenever I have the opportunity to do so, I would say that I would take it right from our studio to your very destination to make sure you have a more special moment. Today is truly a special occasion for Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo celebrating Diamond Jubilee, and you can feel the joy in the air as friends, family, and well-wishers gather to celebrate him. Just as the celebrant is exceptional, so are the distinguished guests who will be joining us on this side today. It is Souq Podcast, and we will be bringing you special moments with special guests after this break. Stay tuned, we will be right back. edition. Like I told you, we'll be having special guests come around to talk about this celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here today, sir. He's the Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya. I would like you to tell us more about yourself.
About myself, by the special grace of God, I'm a Methodist bishop. Before becoming bishop, I served this church as the income monitoring coordinator for several years. And even as bishop of the Diocese of Elekuro, I am still currently the conference income monitoring advisor. I served for years as bishop before his election or elevation as the secretary of conference. And we find out that at the time of contemplating of whom to select as the secretary of conference, we discovered that the former prelate, His Eminence Dr. Souq really did his research very well to pick somebody who is capable for the assignment, the best person for the assignment. Apart from that, I have a relationship with him this way. I succeeded him at Elekuro. He was the bishop of that diocese, and I took over from him. Immediately, he was elevated as secretary of conference. I was also translated from another diocese to take over from him.
All right, thank you. So you talked about capability, that he is capable. So would you say in selecting secretary of the conference, would you say that experience counts? Experience
counts. You must have served as bishop for some years. And I think with that, he got the experience before being elected into that post. And apart from that, we look at capability, look at the zeal, the passion for the job. And I think he's in possession of all this.
So what are you wishing the celebrants today as he celebrates his 60th birthday?
Wishing him well, that he will celebrate more and more. 60, another milestone will be 70, 70, then 80, 90, 100. Then the Lord can do whatever he wishes to do after 800.
Thank you very much, Right Reverend Dr. David Adekoya from the Elekuro Diocese in Ibadan. Thank you so much for your time.
Bless you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
So in celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, we have another special guest who will be telling us about the celebrant for today, and he is Right Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi from Ibadan. So I don't mix it up, can you tell us more about yourself?
Thank you very much. My name is Very Reverend Kolade Fadansi. I'm the director of the Institute of Church and Society of the Christian Council of Nigeria, based in Ibadan.
Great. So celebrating the secretary of the conference. So tell us, how can you measure his work so far in the period he has, taken that position?
The Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo was my tutorial master when I was in the seminary. He was then the presbyter of the Methodist Church, Bodicha, in Ibadan. So then he was a thorough person, fine person, personality, a refined gentleman, a brilliant scholar, a leader by excellence. And he served at the time as the bishop of the Diocese of Eleko, based in Ibadan also. So I've been following him for these years. Eventually became the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church Nigeria. And that gives him the opportunity to refine the administrative structure of the church. So he is the chief administrator and works closely with the prelate of the church. And he has given his best. All these years, he has been able to carry the church to a position of enviable status. And also, he has been able to redefine the job of Secretary of Conference in a more refined and beautiful way.
All right, thank you. So it is good that you have known him for a very long period of time. So I want to ask this again. You've mentioned so many things that he has done, but what is that thing, just one thing that sets him apart, from numerous men of God that you already know?
Our Reverend Dr. Batunde Taiwo believe in anybody that he comes across and he can work with anybody, and also can mold people. Even if you make a mistake, he corrects you in a subtle way and bring out those mistakes for you to become a better person.
Wow. So, in selecting the Secretary of Conference, would you say experience counts?
Definitely, because Methodist Church Nigeria is a church that works with experience and also look for people with quality to stand in the helm of affairs of the church. And the position of Secretary of Conference is not just a status that is going to be handled with levity or that the church will just take just because we want to appoint someone. It has to be someone that has candor, brilliance, and the ability to manage a very beautiful and wide church like Methodist Church Nigeria. Remember, we're the first church in this country, so we have challenges. Okay. And so, anyone that will be the Secretary of Conference must be someone that will fit into that status.
So, as he celebrates his 60th birthday, what do you wish him?
I want to join others to wish him long line of prosperity. Prosperity not in financial times, but prosperity in earthwise, prosperity in more wisdom, prosperity in total commitment to God, and prosperity all around him, beautifully for him to be able to advance the kingdom here, and also for him to also enjoy the labor that he has put into his service.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Kolade Fadansi. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Several years later, verse 2, if you are above 60, you join the people who took the first verse to take the second verse. If you are below 60, you will take the third verse by principle.
So it's still the celebration of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and here we have Reverend Oladapo Daramola. He is the minister in charge of the Ikeja parish, if I'm not mistaken. It's a pleasure having you here.
Always a pleasure to be here.
So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
Well, on a personal note, what we call it is an egbon to me.
Okay.
And in the ministry, is my boss.
The ministry is your boss.
Yes.
Great.
So we have a dual relationship. So we have the one, he calls me Aburo, and we have the one that, you know, it becomes a formal relationship.
Great. So as an Aburo, right, what do you admire in him?
I think it's courage. It's courage. And the passion he has for the ministry. But more importantly, it's courage. I know some experiences he has had, and I saw the way he weathered those experiences. I call them his own storm within the ministry and how he weathered the storm. It's quite motivating. It's quite, for those who are coming behind, it's quite encouraging. And it shows that if you are committed to the work of God, if you are, first, I think we must establish the fact that if you are called by God, yeah, things will happen, storms will come, but like he did promise, he's always going to be with us. So, and that's one thing I admired and still continues to admire about him.
Okay, so how would you say his journey, or would you say rather that his journey reflects the value and mission of the church?
Well, to a large extent, again, like maybe that's where his passion comes in. Okay. He's passionate about the church. He wants to see the church, just like his own personal life, he wants to see the church overcome challenges and be better. And I think overall, he has reflected that since he came on board as the secretary of Conference Methodist Church Nigeria. He's an ebullient person. And with that, he demonstrates a lot of, again, like I said, courage. He has faith. And that resonates, you know, through anything he does. He never believes anything is impossible. And so, in his personal life, it has shown, and has also reflected on his journey as a member of the episcopate in the Methodist Church Nigeria.
All right, so before we let you go, tell us your wish for him as he celebrates this.
I just wish him all the best in life. I wish him he gets to higher grounds. I wish his wife, and who is like an Egbon to me also. Okay. So like I said, we have two sides to this.
You have plenty of Egbons.
So I wish them all the best. I wish them all the things that life brings in the positive sense of it. And more importantly, in the ministry, I wish him he continues to grow and grow strong in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen. I say a big amen to them. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right Reverend and Sister Goiga. The Bible reference is Galatians chapter 1, verses 4 to 5. While known today primarily as a prolific hymn writer, Fanny Crosby was also an influential.
His idea was to bring out the truth that the peace and comfort of the Christian are not founded so much upon the stuff to Christ.
He will adorn songs of devotion for Christian associations in New York, 1870. And then Dawn and Robert Glory, where it was.
All right, it is still the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, and we've been having special guests, distinguished guests come around to talk about him. Do not forget, he is the Secretary of Conference for the Methodist Church of Nigeria, and we have someone very close to him again. I think they've been working hand in hand, and we have him to say something about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here. Let's know who you are, your name, your relationship with the celebrant.
My name is Very Reverend Uchenna Onukube, and the Director of Administration, Methodist Church Nigeria, and in the diaspora. So that's who I am.
Okay, so we had a conversation, I think, earlier before this podcast started, and you mentioned that you are his deputy. So as his deputy, how how would you say what would you say rather his birthday represents to you as a member of the church?
His birthday, marking 60, it's a big achievement, especially in our climb, and it's worth celebrating. And I believe that today we are celebrating a man that is focused, is very focused, a man that can be loving, a man that also can correct you in ways that you never even thought he could do it, but at the end he wants the best for you. So working closely with him, it has afforded me the opportunity to understand him as a man of many parts.
Okay, so I mean, you know now that he's a man of many parts, but I would ask you that what sets him apart? You've actually worked with a lot of people, you know, if you agree with me. But what is that thing that sets him apart when you want to do a comparison?
Yes, what sets him apart is that he's a man that wants jobs done. He would harass you. He would cajole you. He would try to encourage you, but just get the job done. So at first I saw him as somebody that is very difficult to work with. But at the time I understood him as somebody that wants the job to be done. And just let's cross the line and finish and get the first position. So the moment I understood him as that kind of a person, I tilted towards that focus.
Okay, great. So would you say that his journey so far reflects the mission and the vision of the Methodist Church of God?
Yes. One thing about the Methodist Church is that anyone that is in a position is fitted by God. Because we have so many persons that are qualified, so many persons that could do wonderful things. But God has a way of narrowing it down to our persons. You might be surprised when a verdict is given or a name is mentioned and you say, in your own myopic understanding or your own little understanding, you say, this person is not worth it, this person shouldn't be here, this person shouldn't be here. But God has his own way of putting people in the position he wants. And it has been so for Methodist Church Nigeria. And when you take time to understand why God put such a person, you see that, yes, God is wiser than man.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask you your wish for the celebrant.
I wish him long life, good health, more wisdom, and above all, money in his bank.
Yes, money in his bank, and I agree to that as well. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you feel the joy in the air and the kind of conversation that has been going on here? Yes, obviously you would agree with me that Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo is a special person. Yes, because you would agree with me again that every testimonial has been positive, and positive. Okay, so we still have a lot of people coming around that will be sharing their experience about the celebrant. But again, we will take a break. Before we take a break, let me remind you that we can bring our studio. Yes, literally. I am saying that we can move Souq podcast from our studio to your destination anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. Just reach out to us and we will be right there to make your event more memorable and fun. Let's take a break, and when we'll come back, we'll be having more of this conversation. We'll have more special guests come around to talk about the celebrant. It is his Diamond Jubilee celebration, and it's no joke. It's no joke. It is the grace of God for him to have lasted this long, and we know that he's still going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. We'll be right back. It's still Souq Podcast, and my name is Grace Komolafe. Don't forget, it is a celebration of the Diamond Jubilee of Right Reverend Dr. Taiwo. I'll take it from the top, Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo, popularly known as Papa T. So I think I'm going to use Papa T at this point. Tell me your relationship. Okay, before we go into you telling me your relationship, I think I need to let our people understand who we have here. So we have the very Reverend Patrick Bamidele. Okay, he is the Secretary of
Conference Education Secretary.
Okay, so he is the Conference Education Secretary. So tell me, what's your relationship with Papa T?
Papa T is my direct boss.
Okay.
I report directly to him, and it's one of the best bosses I've ever worked with.
Okay, him being a boss, a direct boss to you, how would you say his leadership has influenced you as a person?
Wow. He is a very good leader, a practical Christian, a man with human face, a man who is prepared to listen to you and then come up with solutions, especially when you are in crisis. He's the people's man. He is well loved. And no wonder we call him the new Dawn. Papa T happened to teach me when I was in the seminary. He was my teacher. And we have a name we call him then. When he's teaching you, he flows. So we say, flow out.
Oh, okay.
we call him
flow out. I see. Okay, so at any point, were there a time you felt, oh, I don't think I can work with this person? At any point in time?
Not at all.
Wow.
If I have my way, I will work with him until I retire from Methodist Church Nigeria.
That's great. So tell me how, if his journey so far reflects the value and the mission of Methodist Church.
Come again.
So I asked, his journey so far, would you say it reflects the mission and the vision of Methodist Church Nigeria?
Of course.
So tell us about it.
Of course. If we have to trace his life, when I say his life as a Methodist, I think Methodist Church Nigeria is lucky to have a bishop like him. He has attracted so many things, so many positive things to the church. So you can see the crowd in there. That's the testimony of the kind of person he is. Like I say, he's a gift to the church, and we are proud of him.
Thank you very much. So what do you wish him today? What do you wish him today?
All the very best life can offer. And then many more gracious years ahead. And when the fullness of time comes, we shall all meet over there in heaven, including you.
Amen. Amen. We look forward forward to that. Amen. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
We appreciate
Thank you. God bless you.
Amen. And
All right.
So again, we have someone special right on this side, and he will be shedding light into the life of today's celebrant. And he is the Right Reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo. It's a pleasure having you.
Very reverend.
Okay, very reverend, pardon me. So you can tell us more. Let's meet you again.
All right, I am very reverend Eneche Godwin Ojobo,
Okay.
Head Media and Communications, Methodist Church, Nigeria.
Great. So tell me, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
Yes, he's my boss, my direct boss.
Okay.
In fact, he is one of the arrowheads God used to bring me to the media office, and he had been a close ally and friend, so that he will give me counsel and advice based on what to do in the office. And he's a father, he's a mentor, he's a pragmatic leader. He's very, very, very eloquent and very, very widespread. In fact, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had traveled through the East and also to the Middle Belt and have been a bishop of the Igbo people.
So I see you people call him Papa T, so let me come in now. Papa T is celebrating 60. What does that represent to you as someone working close with him?
Yes, like I said, Papa T for everybody means a different thing.
Okay.
For us, we copied it from his equals because he always tried to play the role of a father even while he was young. And then he has a baby face. Of course, you can see that at 60, he's still looking more like someone who is around 40, 45, 50. Yeah. You know, so I call him Papa T because I feel it very comfortable for me because he plays the role of both father, boss, friend, and everything.
So as the Secretary of Conference, Methodist Church of Nigeria, what would you say he's doing differently?
Yeah, well, like I said earlier, he is one of the oldest bishops as at the time he became the Secretary of Conference. That's one thing that you can't take from him. And then he is also the only sitting SOC who is celebrating 60th on the seat. And then, like I said earlier, he is the only Yoruba bishop who had pastored the Igbo people in Umuahia East and had been in Edo Delta, and then is also a bishop here in the city. So he is well traveled. And he is one of the most connected bishops who actually brought in the C.C. Williamson training of Methodist connection to Nigeria. And he's well connected both outside and internally. He is highly, highly connected. In fact, as at the time he came in at a very time where he came with the prelate. We refer to him as the SOC New Dawn. You know, the church was indebted, but then he didn't close his eye from it. Neither did he close his eyes from supporting the prelate in development. So he's quite a very specific bishop who is interested in the growth and development. So he's using his connections to ensure the stability of the church.
Great. So do you see yourself in his shoes in the near future?
Well, I wouldn't say that.
In the near future, we don't say now.
Yes, I wouldn't say that because you see, there are shoes that you will project to sit on. And I think I really don't envy the seat of an SOC at all. Yes, because the work there is so much. It's beyond just ecclesiastical and pastoral. It is beyond administration. It has to do with understanding history, understanding administration, and then taking serious risk, because the truth is you are just like the shock absorber to whatever happened. The prelate is an ecclesiastical head and the SOC is the administrative arm. So he takes some decisions and he works based on canonical obedience. So whether good or bad decision by the prelate, he is the shock absorber. So I see things just from a pastoral way. So I could actually just say, okay, maybe leadership.
Okay.
But when it comes to SOC, it's administration.
Okay, so tell us your wish for him today.
Wow. Seriously, I wish him good health, long life and prosperity. And above all, joy and happiness, because that's what I derive anytime I see him and his wife.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much for your time.
You're blessed.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. All right, so we have another special guest with us here, and she will be telling us more about this celebrant. We have Dame Mowuli Shotubo. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
It's my pleasure.
Great. So tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
The celebrant is a brother to me. No, not biological brother, but you can have brothers that are even closer to you than your biological brother. I've known him for over 30 years, and he's been a fantastic person in the ministry. Apart from the ministry, he's very close to my family. There's any time I call him, it's very handy. And he has a fantastic wife too. I thank God for that.
Great. So as the Secretary of Conference for Methodist Church, what would you say are those special things that he has been doing?
Special?
Yes, those special things he has been doing as a Secretary of the Conference.
Well, as the Secretary of Conference, I think he coordinates all the ministers under him. He coordinates everything in the church, and everything the patriarch does, he coordinates it. You know, he's in charge of the Methodist at the conference level, and he's doing the work very well. May God continue to be with him, guide him, and show him direction.
Amen. So you mentioned earlier that aside from being a brother from the church, he's also related to you outside church. So looking at his leadership skills in the church and his involvement with the family, you know, how would you weigh this? If you want to measure it, how would you weigh it?
Naturally, I think he has a fantastic leadership quality. God blessed him with that. So we should just continue to pray for him. He's holding the fort very well. And our prayer is, you know, it should not derail. We should just continue to pray.
All right. So what do you wish him as he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee?
Well, I wish him a very, very glorious return. As he celebrates his Diamond Jubilee, by God's grace, he will celebrate 70, 80, 90, 100. And the Lord will grant him all his heart desires. The Lord will bless him, bless his family, continue to uphold him as he continues with his work as the Secretary of the Methodist Conference.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
now we have the Right Reverend Dr. Iyang F. Young. He is the bishop in charge of evangelism and discipleship. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please tell us, what's your relationship with the celebrant?
We have a very good relationship. Number one, he's my colleague, my senior colleague.
Okay.
Number two, he is the number 2 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria, the secretary of conference, which I followed him as a number 3 clergyman in Methodist Church Nigeria headquarters. So he is the secretary of conference, he's in charge of administration, and everything goes through him in terms of administration. So, and working with him is a good thing.
So tell me, what do you admire about his leadership?
Well, you have this, you cannot predict him when you meet with him.
Okay.
If you stay with him, he doesn't like any word to say. He will say, he will sustain you with a lot of ideas, good ideas. He will advise you. He will also encourage you in a lot of things, most especially concerning the church. It's like he had the whole idea of Methodism in his head.
Wow. So was there a time when you felt like, look, I think I can work with him, or the pressure is much, I just want to take a break? Was there ever a time?
Humanly, there must be a time like that.
Okay.
But as the condition of the work and the policy as a church, you cannot avoid working with one another.
I see.
Because
so how were you able to pull through?
There's no way you work with a human being that you may not have one issue or the other. But a way to manage that issue makes you a good leader.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is no way you can not have such things.
All right, so he's celebrating 60 today.
Yeah.
What does that represent to you as someone, the number 3, right, to him? What does that mean to you?
I really thank God for him, because so many people were born the same day with him. I don't think they are alive to see today. So for him to be 60 today is a blessing from God. It's something to celebrate. So for us to come here, we have seen his lifestyle as encourage others, and also an encouragement to me as a person. So I supposed to go home and rest after the national convention, but because of this celebration, I have to come back to Lagos in order to share in this celebration.
So in the position he's occupying, let me just ask you this. Is it a position that expires, or you just have to be there till God says, yes, it's time to move? Do you have maybe 2, 3, 4 years tenure and all of that?
We have a tenure.
Okay.
We have a period of 5 years at the first term.
Okay.
Then if the Lord and the church also decide for you to go further, you move the second term, that's another 5 years.
Okay, so I actually asked this question, so I could ask you, would you like him to come again and again as the secretary of the committee?
By the special grace of God, if the church accepted him to continue the second term, I would love him to continue. But because of his age, I would love him to be elevated into the office of Archbishop after his first term.
All right, so tell us your wish for him today as he celebrates 60.
Thank you.
What's your wish for him?
I wish him long life. I wish him good health. I wish him prosperity. I wish him divine connection and other connection that will help him to excel in his ministry.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Bless you. And you didn't tell me your name, but I've told you my name.
Okay, so my name is Grace Komolafe, and you are watching Souq Podcast. We take it from our studio to your destination, anywhere in the world.
My sister, it's a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure too.
God bless you.
Thank you. Amen.
of the Secretary General of Christian Council of Nigeria, we are very grateful. All other bishops, I salute you and God bless you in Jesus' name. Bishop of Evangelism, thank you so much. You should be resting after this convention, but you did not rest your health is going to honor us and the Lord honor you in Jesus' name. Let me thank all the presenters. They have done so well. All the presenters of our meeting today, they have done very well. May God bless all of you mightily in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our lay presidents, particularly the lay president of conference, Sir Ide Okechukwu. Ide one. Ide, thank you so much, sir, for making this work easy for me. Because without your support as the lay president of conference, there's no way I'll effectively work with the prelate and turn this church to a better church. Thank you so much, my brother. I love you. I love your family in Jesus' name. Let me thank all our past lay presidents that are here, including Sir Lanabutola, who is formerly president of Remo.
All right, and at this very moment, I have a very close person to the celebrant, and she is the very sister of the celebrant. Her name is Mrs. Bolanle Ogunaike. It's a pleasure having you here, ma'am.
Pleasure's mine.
All right. Your brother, so like you mentioned off camera, you said he's your immediate junior brother.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So tell us, how was growing up like?
Oh, we call him Papa T.
Oh, way back?
Way back.
I see.
Because he was born when my paternal grandfather died.
Oh.
So that's where he got his name, Babatunde, from.
Oh, that's great.
So, he is a very gentleman, very selfless. He loved his family dearly. It's someone that he would do anything for his family. I mean, I'm talking about we, his siblings.
I see. So, at any point while he was growing up, would you have thought that he would become someone occupying a special position within the church circle?
Our paternal grandfather happens to be a church catechist with Methodist Church Nigeria.
I see.
My late father is a local preacher, is a chairman or the president of Men's Fellowship, Methodist Church Nigeria. My late mom, Dame Oluranti Abigail Taiwo, she was a staunch Christian, a Methodist to the core. She served in every area of Methodist, starting from Sunday school to Women Fellowship, Lagos Diocese. We are originally born and raised in Ereko Methodist, and same with my brother. So he has, just like I said, Tunde has always been a very gentle one. He is the number 3 in the family. I'm number 2 and the first daughter.
Okay.
And he is one of the peacemakers when things are going rough. He's the one that will stand in gap and say, please, let's be peaceful about this. So he has always had the trait of being a reverend.
I see.
And he loves to pray. He loves to pray. So I honestly know that he didn't make any mistake when he decides to be a reverend.
I see. So obviously he has been so grounded looking at the history of your family. So, I mean, it's in the blood.
It is.
It's in the blood. But would you say at any point in time you saw him, probably you've ever seen him being downcasted and maybe feeling like, oh, we can't do this, or I can't do this at any point in time? Or do you see him as someone that is always up on his feet and no dull moment at any point?
So Babatunde, well, I will call him Babatunde because he's my baby brother.
Okay.
So I have the right to call him by his first name. Even though he's the bishop, he is very pessimistic. He's a go-getter. I remember him telling me one day that in our family, nobody has read up to being having a doctorate degree, and he's going to get it.
Wow.
And he worked hard, and he got it.
Wow.
So I give him kudos for that. He's very focused. When he wants to do things, he gets it done. Irregardless of what it's going to cost him, he will get it done.
Wow. So he's celebrating 60 today. What are your prayers for him?
My prayers for Babatunde and his family is to continue doing what he knows how to do best. Serving the Lord. Embrace his family. Never forget his background. Because oftentimes, men of God, because they get overwhelmed with this work of the ministry, they kind of not intentionally neglect their family. So he needs to maintain a balance, a good balance between ministry, home, and his siblings. So I live in the United States.
I see.
And I came for this.
All the way. Wow.
So I feel honored to be here to celebrate my brother.
That's great.
I'm now the most senior out of the surviving children because we lost our brother, which is the firstborn. So I have no other choice than to be there because if our parents were alive, they will be here.
So your special wish for him today?
I wish him good life, good health, prosperity, and above all, because Bible says, what does it profit a man to gain the whole world and lose his life? Above all, Papa T, Babatunde Abiodun, I wish you that you don't lose your kingdom race. You don't lose your heavenly race, irregardless of what it takes. Serve the Lord, and serve the Lord.
Thank you so much for your time, though. I appreciate you. Thank you. All right, so we have very Reverend Godwin Onobo seated here with us today, and he will also be sharing moments with us about the celebrant. It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you very much.
So tell us, what's the relationship between you and the celebrant?
By the special grace of God, the celebrant, the Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Taiwo, the Secretary of Conference, is a father to me, and incidentally, I work directly with him as the Conference Director of Research Services and Documentation at 2122 Marina, which is the corporate headquarters of Methodist Church in Nigeria.
Great. So having worked with him, I mean, you directly work with him, right?
Yes.
So tell me, how has his leadership influenced you?
The celebrant is a man of many parts. He's an astute administrator, and is a motivator, he's a galvanizer, he's a strategist, and he's a philosopher, a theologian, a pastor, and he's been a wonderful father. And his style of leadership has been very, very impactful. He's a man that is result-oriented, a man of action, and is a gift to our church.
Okay, so you mentioned his style of leadership. You know, someone could actually have a positive style of leadership, but it's another thing for it to align with the mission and vision of that organization. I want to ask you, his style of leadership, does it align with the vision and mission of Methodist Church?
Of course. He is popularly known as SOC New Dawn, and since the inception of his administration as the Secretary of Conference, the church has witnessed a lot of progress in different angles, and he is a leader that believes in corporate leadership. You know, he samples the opinion of people, you know, working around him, and so as a result of that, it has made the, you know, his administration smooth and dynamic, and of course, his leadership style is in tandem with the vision and mission of the church.
All right, so what do you wish him today as he celebrates 60?
I wish him the very best and many more years of fruitful celebrations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Amen.
Yeah.
The chat here has been super amazing, if you would agree with me. Well, for me, it is what it is. There's no doubt about that. Look, celebrating 60, it's no small feat at all. That's a huge one, I must say to you. Looking at the environment and a whole lot of things happening around the world, it's no joke. So we must thank God for bringing Right Reverend Dr. Babatunde Abiodun Taiwo this far, and like I said earlier, he's going to spend many more years on the planet Earth. But you know what? We need to go. I wish we can take more interviews. I wish we can hear more, you know, testimonial about the celebrant. But hey, we have to call it a day. This is Souq Podcast. We'll take it right from our studio to your destination, anywhere in the world, any day, anytime. I remain Grace Komolafe. Reach out to us via the number scrolling on your screen or through our social media platforms. We are on YouTube, we are on Facebook, we are on Instagram, we are on Thread, and on X. Yes, until some other time, I would see you again on Souq Podcast. Have an amazing time out there. Bye-bye.
yìí àbí àdébákò kò sípò tí a lè gbà wọ́n nítorí ìdí èyí wọ́n ní àsìkò wa rèé wọ́n ní à ń sọ wọ́n ní kí a máa tẹnu mọ́ wọ́n nítorí tí a bá ṣe èyí wọ́n á gbọ́ wáyé àti ẹ̀dúpẹ́ nípínlẹ̀ Èkó ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún gómìnà wa wọ́n ò fọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin ṣeré rárá o ṣe bó yé wa dáadáa táwa náà bá wò bó ṣe ń yan èèyàn sípò àwọn obìnrin gan àgbẹ̀yìn rárá ọ̀rọ̀ wa dẹ̀ jọ̀wọ́ lógún dáadáa wọ́n fẹ́ràn wa wọ́n ò fọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin ṣeré àwọn náà mọ̀ wípé obìnrin èèyàn ńlá ni wá bẹ́ẹ̀ ni àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ nítorí ìdí èyí òun ni wọ́n tọ́jú wa ní gbogbo ìgbà lójoojúmọ́ ọlọ́kọ̀ọ́jọ̀pọ̀ ètò tí iléeṣẹ́ tó ń sọ̀rọ̀ obìnrin àti ìgbógun ti ìṣẹ́ ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó òun ni wọ́n ti ṣe kò ń ṣe iléeṣẹ́ yìí nìkan o wọ́n ṣe káàkiri ni nítorí náà ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí i fún ìjọba ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó ní Èkó tí wá yàtọ̀ o wọ́n ń tọ́jú wa wọ́n ń ṣètọ́jú wa lójoojúmọ́ kò sí ọdún kan tí iléeṣẹ́ wápà tí wọ́n pín ohun èlò fáwọn tí wọ́n kọ́ níṣẹ́ kò ń ṣe wípé wọ́n kọ́ wa níṣẹ́ máa lọ láì gba àwọn èlò iṣẹ́ àwọn tá a ti jẹ àǹfààní akọ̀lọ́jà àtìrẹ́rẹ́ lágbára Ọlọ́run ọ̀rọ̀ wa ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn obìnrin ibi tá à ń fẹ́ kó dé á tún débẹ̀ á kọjá bẹ̀ pẹ̀lú ògbọ́n náà àtẹwọ́ tó gbogbo fún ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó. Gbogbo ẹ̀yin tẹ́ wá láti ìjọba ìbílẹ̀ Ògùn àti ìjọba ìdàgbàsókè mẹ́tàdínlógójì tó wà ní ìpínlẹ̀ Èkó àti gbogbo orílẹ̀ ẹ̀kan sí o àti dárúkọ wa ẹ jẹ́ ká pàtẹ́wọ́ pé Olúwa ṣe o tún kà mí yẹn lọ́dún yìí. Inú àwẹ̀ àwọn onígbàgbọ́ la wà inú àwẹ̀ tí mùsùlùmí kí àwọn tí mùsùlùmí kan máa ṣe alihamudulilayi ní ìdí ìgbọ́ àwa ti ẹlẹ́sìn ti kìrìsìtánì káwa náà máa sọ wípé Olúwa ṣe o Olúwa ṣe o Olúwa ṣe o fún mi lórí ọ̀fẹ́ ọdún tó ń bọ̀ ó tún ṣojú mi Mrs. Oluremi Amzat, the past and present members of the Executive Council here present, chairmen and members of statutory commissions here present, members of the body of permanent secretaries here present, especially the permanent secretary, Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Oluyemi Kalesoro, chairmen of local governments and local council development areas here present, heads of government agencies and parastatals here present, the Yellow Day of Lagos, our very dear mother, Alaja Bintu Tinubu, thank you very much for attending. The SSA to the Governor of Grassroots and Women Affairs, Mr. Keide Bakari. The guest speaker of today's event, Professor A. Olurotimi Koka and Mrs. Titilayo Oshodi. Our women of inestimable value of this year's 2025 International Women's Day celebration. Our women, are you here? Akeke, are you here? Akado Okeodo, Ako Iketu, Ajirabi Felodu, Alimasha, Apapa Agamu, Amuwa Dabi. I greet all the local governments here. I will not be able to mention all. I celebrate you all today. Okay, Ayobo, Badagry, Badagry West, Barika, Koka Akuda, Ejikbo, Ejikbo Idimegbe Idimu, Epe, Eredo, Etiosa, Etiosa East, Iba, Ibejuleki, Ibakojaye, Ifelodu, Ikodo Ikotu, Ikpopobayeku, Ijede, Ikeja, Ikorodu, Ikorodu North, Ikorodu West, Ikosi Ejiri, Ikoyabelende, Ikota, Iruvia, Isola, Itire, Oshofe, Lagos Island, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island East, Lekki, Mosokwala, Mushi, Odiolowo, Ojo, Ojodu, Ojokoro, Olorunda, Odipompo, Oriade, Oriagege, Oshodi Sala, Otawori, Shomodu, Surulere, Yaba. I acknowledge you all. Iyaloja General of Nigeria, Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. I welcome other top government functionaries here present, Catholic Women Association, women in the 57 local government and local council development area, political women groups, various women groups. Are you here? Other very distinguished guests, friends of Rapa, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great joy that I stand before you today to commemorate the year 2025 International Women's Day under the theme Accelerate Action. This theme is not just a call to reflection, but a supporting women through empowerment programs, training initiatives, and advocacy. We have created platforms that equip women with the skills and resources they need to be financially independent and self-sufficient. Our various skills acquisition programs and business development initiatives continue to transform the lives of countless women, ensuring that they are active participants in economic growth. Through scholarships, mentorship programs, and capacity building workshops, we are strengthening women's ability to thrive in all sectors. The challenges women face, whether at home or in the workplace or in society, can take a significant role on their mental and emotional well-being. Today, we have invited an expert to speak to us on our mental health conditions. As a ministry, we are actively working to provide safe spaces, counseling services, mental health support programs to ensure that women have the resources they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Women must not only have a seat at the table, but must also be active participants in shaping policies and decisions that affect their lives. We need more women in governance, business leadership, and community development roles. Tí ọ̀rọ̀ kan bá ti wà tó ń gbé wa nú, tó ń kọ wá lóminú, tí ò jẹ́ ká ní fọkànbalẹ̀, àwọn pòfẹ́sọ̀ wa máa wá bá wa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ìyẹn o. Lẹ́nìí, ìgbéga wa pọ̀ lórí International Women's Day. Tí ìwà ni pé ká accelerate action, ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ ìgbésẹ̀ ńlá láti rí pé gbogbo nǹkan bíi gender-based violence, bíi sexual violence, bíi financial inclusion, ká gbé ìgbésẹ̀ ńlá
Let's go. Just leave. Not now. Let's go. Not now, Mr. D. Do that later. Mr. Senator, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Mrs. Claudia Ebidoke Sanwo-Olu, Her Excellency, Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, the wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, and the dignitaries here present, please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am a psychiatrist. In short, that means Dr. Arnold Oronimi. And if you want to accelerate action regarding the empowerment, gender equality, fundamental rights of girls and women, addressing poverty, we must be balanced mentally. However, to be balanced mentally, all of us here must also be physically fit. That means we must carry out physical exercises 3 times a week for 1 hour to increase our heart beats to 100 beats per minute. So we must also enhance our social health, ability to make friendships anywhere you are. Then lastly, ability to enhance your mental health. Science has said that 1 in 5 women will develop mental illnesses such as anxiety, depression, panic attacks, and bipolar disorders. And what are the causes of this problem? Because women have many multiple social roles. They are mothers, they are wives, they are leaders in offices, they are spiritual leaders, and they have to fulfill so many social roles. Maternal depression is on the increase, and women don't know that they are depressed because the signs of depression are like that of malaria when it starts. Other causes of mental disorders, the death of a loved one, your husband, your child, divorce, separation, not being married, and we are married, don't have a child. And sometimes when you have a child and you don't have the support, it will also cause mental disorders. Employment, poverty, rape in women, women that live alone, single mothers, discrimination against them, stigma at the workplace. At home, difficult husband. Your husband don't want to cooperate with you. He doesn't want to hear you. So there's communication breakdown in the house. Then domestic violence. There's what we call also postpartum psychosis. 1 in 7 women that deliver children will have mental disorders. Ìyẹn ló ń pè ní àbísínwín in Yorùbá land. Also, when you are getting to 55, 60, women also experience menopause. And menopause can also manifest as symptoms of depression. So when you are having issues, you start to think. As you are thinking, some chemicals are being pumped from your brain to all parts of your body. Dopamine, serotonin, adrenaline, and cortisol. And they start to affect your organs, your heart, your liver, your kidneys, and then you start to have symptoms. Initially, they come as symptoms of malaria, hotness of the body, weakness, headache, backache. Then the BP will go up, and we start to have hypertension. Some people develop diabetes. But the most important thing is that when depression sets in, most people do not recognize the signs of depression. Sign of being sad all the time, irritability, short temper, not be able to sleep, loss of weight. And if you don't get to see a psychiatrist, then you start to hear strange voices. You think some people are after your life, then you get to guilt feelings, worthless feelings, and hopeless feelings, and that's when people attempt to commit suicide. If we don't recognize symptoms of mental illnesses, the consequences are enormous. Domestic accidents, violence in the house, tension in the house between the husband and children, verbal abuse, social isolation. I've seen women that said they don't want to go out again, so they have social withdrawal. It can bring about prolonged suffering, separation, unemployment, early death. So if we don't want to have mental problems, I'll teach you just 5 ways. These 5 ways, you don't even need to have money to have them. They are wonderfully selected, and they are very good psychological problems. Number one, if somebody is stressing you anywhere, at work, at home, your mother-in-law, your father-in-law is stressing you and is making you want to have mental disorder, write a letter to that person. Dear sir, dear man, you know you are the most terrible person in this world. I feel like slapping you. So write 5, 10 pages, sign it, but please go and hide that letter when nobody will see it. 3 days later, go back to that letter and be amazed about the venom you poured in that letter. Number 2, abuse the person stressing you. Not to his face, so put a pillow on a chair. Write the name of the person stressing you. Mr. Jones or Mrs. Brown. Then abuse that pillow the way you would love to abuse that person to his front. So when you see that person following day, you will not have racist habits or palpitations. Number 3, between husband and wives. Very effective. When somebody wants to be difficult, either the husband or the wife, just walk away. Walk away, go for a long walk for 30, 40 minutes and come back to the house smiling. Then number 4, dress your best every day. When you think you are feeling sad, that is where you need to dress your best to work. Because the comments will lift your mood. You are beautiful today. You are charming. You are pretty. Wow. And those kind of comments will make you to be happy. Number 5, which is when you are feeling low and feeling sad, that is when you need to use this therapy. It's called the dancing therapy. So I'd like the DJ to put Koloba for us. And I'd like everybody in this hall to stand up and dance 3 minutes with the Koloba. Please let us dance. I am a fantastic dancer. And we saw Mr. Selebu dancing on the stage there. If you think you can dance more than Mr. Selebu, please show us your skills. And a good dancer too. Everybody get up. Lastly, a very effective stress management technique is the laughter therapy. Laughter therapy, because of Lagos State stress, people have forgotten how to laugh. So we carry out laughter therapy for our patients at the Lagos State University Hospital. And if you don't know how to laugh, you will try to solve your problem. So I want everybody in this stadium to laugh from the bottom of their hearts. Let's go. Happy to be here. Wow. So if somebody has annoyed you, you can also laugh. is stress. So if you know these 5 stress management techniques, you'll be able to handle your stress. Now, one thing to study Yorùbá pé gbogbo wàhálà tó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ yìí, ó jẹ́ káwọn obìnrin máa ní àrùn ọlọ́pọlọ, èyí tá à ń pè ní depression, ìrẹ̀wẹ̀sì ọkàn. Táwọn obìnrin bá jẹ́ depression, wọn kì í mọ̀, wọ́n kò rò bóyá èèyàn ló ṣe wọ́n ni. Báwo jẹ́ ló ṣe máa bọ̀ depression? Wọ́n á máa ronú, wọ́n á máa kanra, wọ́n á máa bẹ́rù bọ̀dìjà, wọ́n ò ní lè sùn, wọ́n á lose appetite wọn àbí kọ́ máa jẹun jù, ọ̀kọ́ máa sùn jù. Táwọn bá jẹ́ mọ̀ báwọn ní gbogbo àwọn kíyì yóò máa jáde kéèyàn ní malaria ni. Wọ́n á lọ bá dókítà wọn, dókítà ní malaria lẹ́ni o. Wọ́n á sọ lóògùn malaria. 3 months later, the same problem. Tó bá yá, wọ́n bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa gbóhùn. Ohun tó ń pọ̀ máa gan, ó yá lọ gbé ìyànkan létí, lọ jump sínú ibì kan, bọ́rẹ̀ sí ohun. Náà tó bá tún ní treatment, á wá di pé ohun yẹn sọ fún wọn pé kúkú lọ end it up. So, and people don't know that it's because of depression. Wàhálà ayé, stresses of life ló kọ̀ sẹ̀. Unfortunately, ibi tó bá gbé àwọn problem yìí lọ ní church àbí mosque. Nítorí pé kò sẹ́ni tó fẹ́ gbé wàhálà ìlọ sí ní àbá house. Wọ́n ní ṣé mo tún wá ń ya wèrè ni? No, you don't have to go to the hospital. Psychiatric facility ó wà ní Lutz, ó wà ní Lassus, ó wà ní Military Hospital, ó wà ní some places. So when you have this problem, collaborate with us. Go to your general hospital, let them give you treatment. Àwọn tó bá lè treat dáadáa, wọ́n á refer àwọn wá sọ́dọ̀ wa ní Lagos State University Hospital àwọn psychiatrist wà. So àrùn ọpọlọ mi pé èèyàn ti ya wèrè o. Bọ̀dé ìbàdàn fẹ́ ní mental problem. Àwọn nǹkan márùn-ún yẹn kò ní kẹ́ ṣe o. Write a letter, abuse, walk away, dress your best, and laugh away your problem. So to round up, 20 ways you can prevent mental illnesses. Number 1, love yourself, adore yourself, cherish yourself as a woman of substance. Don't be envious of other people's achievements. Learn to relax, set goals, sleep for 8 hours, ask for help, share your problems with your nurse, with your social worker, with your pastor, with your imam. Improve your social relationship. Be prepared for sudden change, like how changes in Nigeria. Recognize who are stressing you and deal with them. Learn something new. Take responsibility for what's happening to you. Don't blame anybody, blame yourself. Dance, laugh away your stress. Do anything that is possible to make you happy. So to conclude, we'll be able to talk about mental challenges of women, how to recognize them, how to prevent them, how to collaborate with psychiatrists in Lagos State. And once you do them, we are much more empowered to accelerate action regarding women's rights, regarding empowerment, gender equality, addressing poverty, and financing gender equality. Mr. Governor, sir, the First Lady of Lagos, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much.
Souq, Special Advisor on Climate Change and Circular Economy, accomplished professional who has made a successful transition from a career in marketing and communication to becoming an organizational management executive, social reformer, and youth advocate. We make welcome Mrs. Titilayo Souq. Please put your hands together for her once again.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, women of Lagos and champions of change, it's a privilege to stand before you today as we mark International Women's Day 2025, a day set aside to celebrate the achievements, resilience, and boundless potential of women worldwide. This year's theme, Together We Can Forge Women's Equality, collectively we can all accelerate action. This is a powerful reminder that true progress is not just about acknowledging women's contributions, It is about deliberate action to ensure that women thrive in every sector, every community, and every economy. I'd like to appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Selebu, the he for she governor, Mr. Climate Change, the brand new Mr. Circular Economy Pioneer. Let's give him a round of applause, please, for his unwavering commitment to empowering women through policies and initiatives that promote inclusivity, sustainability, and economic growth. I'd like to extend sincere gratitude to Her Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, our mother, Dr. Mrs. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, the wife of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, our second mommy, Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, for your leadership and dedication to continue to strengthen Lagos' vision for social and economic development. To our women exco, in particular our host, my big sis, Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Dada, I commend your tireless work in ensuring that women strive in all that they do through policies and initiatives that promote inclusivity and sustainability. We want to talk about circular economy and climate change. Women and circular economy is a conversation that we can drive through unlocking economic opportunities. Women must be empowered with tools, resources, and opportunities to become financially independent. We were able to establish a collection hub on February 14 to commemorate Valentine's Day. It was an expression of love. It was an expression of inclusivity. It was an expression of economic opportunity, not only for women, but also for everybody within the public sector in Alausa. The reason why we are mentioning this is today is because we want to start to drive the essence of the culture within the public sector. You know that we all have that culture of savings. There's a job, there's cooperative, there's a susu. What makes the connection hub different within the circular economy context is that you're using your waste to achieve this economic opportunity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we give God the glory to be able to witness the 2025 International Women's Day. Happy International Women's Day to every woman seated in the house here present, and to those that are watching us online. All glory, all honor belong to God. We want to thank our mother of the nation, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, who is a senior woman and a very strong advocate for women. And by extension, we use this medium to greet our president, the National He for She President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. We thank God. Our He for She in Lagos, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Adurabe Sanwo-Olu, thank you for always being there. And I also know that you do not do it alone. You have our brother, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat. My sister, I greet you and acknowledge you. And for all our distinguished guests in the hall, in the stadium, I greet you. I want to stand on this well-established protocol by the MC and people that have talked before me. The year 2025 International Women's Day. The theme, Accelerate Action. Lédè Yorùbá, yára ṣàṣà fún ìdàgbàsókè àwọn obìnrin. Lédè Hausa, Aikato, Aiki. Lédè Igbo, Ike, Ngwagwa. To show you that all over the world, all over Nigeria, today is a significant day that we remember all our women. Not only celebrating them, but greeting them for their resilience, their dog-headedness, the hard work that they put to ensure that women's voice are recognized. This year's theme, Accelerate Action, is a powerful call to move beyond discussions and take concrete steps towards gender equality, economic empowerment, and social inclusion for women. Women have always been at the forefront of change, yet despite our resilience, progress towards gender parity has been slow. Today, we reaffirm our commitment not only to advocating for women's rights, but also to ensure meaningful and impactful action. In Lagos State, we have remained steadfast in implementing policies and initiatives that uplift and empower women. Through the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, thousands of women have gained access to economic opportunities, vocational training, and financial support to boost their business, as mentioned by the Honorable Commissioner of Women Affairs this morning. Beyond these commendations, the Office of First Lady has also supported these initiatives, extending the empowerment program to the wider public. However, we must recognize that more work remains to be done. Accelerating action means strengthening policies that promote equal opportunities for women in leadership, women in business, women in governance, and expansion in education, healthcare, and financial inclusion to ensure no woman is left behind. It means ending gender-based violence by reinforcing laws, increasing awareness, and ensuring victims receive the necessary support, while also encouraging women to take charge of their future by embracing innovation, digital skills, entrepreneurship in this evolving world. The Lagos State government, under the leadership of your dynamic governor, remains committed to improving the lives of women through empowerment programs, skill acquisition centers, intervention initiatives. We continue to
foster an environment where every woman can thrive and contribute meaningfully to the society. As part of our commitment to eliminating gender-based violence, the Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency has intensified efforts to promote, support, and rehabilitate survivors through legal aids, shelter services, and advocacy campaigns. Ẹ̀yin obìnrin, ó ṣe pàtàkì kẹ́ gbọ́ àwọn ọ̀rọ̀ tí à ń sọ yìí. Kẹ́ lè mọ ibi tí òfin ti ṣiṣẹ́ dé lára àwọn iṣẹ́ obìnrin. Kò sí wípé wọ́n fipá lò pẹ̀lú obìnrin mọ́. Kò sí pé ní yunifásitì àwọn ọmọ yẹn obìnrin, àwọn lẹ́kítọ̀rà àwọn máa dà wọ́n láàmú. Òfin ti wà fún gbogbo yẹn. Ẹni tó bá ṣe ẹ̀wọ̀n gbére ló lọ. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ìyá ẹ̀yin òbí tẹ́ ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ ẹ ti mọ̀ sí i o. Wọ́n tún ti dá agency sílẹ̀ wo ni mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn, Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Ó wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Tó bá jẹ́ pé nǹkan kan ṣẹlẹ̀ bóyá ọkọ àti ìyàwó jà àbí wọ́n fipá lò pẹ̀lú obìnrin. DSVA, Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, ó wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Lọ́yà, agbẹjọ́rò, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ibi tó máa fi ọmọ yẹn sí àgbóbìnrin yẹn sí, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Àwọn dókítà tó máa tọ́jú arábìnrin yẹn, ó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ má gbàgbé o, domestic violence, àwọn ọkùnrin náà ó máa affect wọn náà. A rí àwọn obìnrin míì tó jẹ́ pé wọ́n dàbọ̀ ọkùnrin tó máa ń lu ọkùnrin. Àwọn ọkùnrin náà lè mú ẹjọ́ yẹn lọ sí DSVA, wọ́n lọ fẹjọ́ sùn, wọ́n má jẹ́ pé òdìkejì ló máa já sí. The Lagos State Child Protection Policy has also been reinforced to safeguard the rights of young girls and boys, ensuring that they grow in safe and supportive environments. Ètò wà fún àwọn ọmọdé náà. Àfẹ́ káwọn ọmọdé wọ́n máa kiri nígbà tó yẹ kó wà ní iléèwé. Àfẹ́ káwọn ọmọdé wọ́n máa ṣe àwọn iṣẹ́ kán pa owó púpọ̀ fún àwọn òbí wọn gbà tó yẹ kán kàwé. Àwọn ní ọjọ́ ọ̀la wa, afẹ́kọ́ ṣoríire báwa náà, afẹ́kọ́ ga jù wá lọ. Ní iṣẹ́ ibi tí ìyàwó gómìnà wà, the Office of the First Lady, we have the initiative of the Boy Child, which focuses on young men, mentoring our boys, avoiding the gap between the men and the women, ensuring that the vulnerable boys out there go to school and become responsible men so that they can support the women out there. Also in the Office of the First Lady, we are strong advocates on stop tuberculosis, immunization, especially for all our children from age 0 to age 5. We are very strong on e-birth registration to ensure that all the newborn children are born and registered properly so that they can plan for their future, ensure that we have enough schools, enough teachers that will be provided for these children. Ó ṣe pàtàkì kí ẹ̀bùn pa àwọn iṣẹ́ tá a tún ṣe lórí ká ṣe àyẹ̀wò lórí ikọ́. Ẹlòmíì lè máa kúkọ́ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín fún ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì ọ̀sẹ̀ mẹ́ta ẹni kó lọ sí ilé ìyẹ̀wò. Wọ́n fi sọ pé bóyá ó ní ikọ́ fèrè àbí kò ní. Abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára náà a máa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí ẹ̀ púpọ̀ pé ẹjọ́ ẹ̀yin ìyá ẹ̀yin girama ẹ bá a sọ fún àwọn ọmọ yín wọ́n gba abẹ́rẹ́ àjẹsára kan gbà pé nígbà tó yẹ kó gbà. E-registration ayé àtijọ́ ẹ bá ti bímọ ẹlòmíì pàápàá wọn fẹ́ lọ rẹ́gísítà ọmọ wọn nísìnyí ẹ ṣe bímọ yẹn báyìí àwọn kan sì wà nínú àwọn hospital ní ọ̀dọ̀ àwọn tó máa ń bí ọmọ wẹ́rẹ́ bẹ̀. Wọ́n máa ti lo fóònù, wọ́n máa ti gba orúkọ òbí àti bàbá àti ìyá. Immediately wọ́n máa ti fún wọn ní NI number, National Insurance Identity Number, so that wọ́n bá ṣe ń dàgbà sí àwọn ìjọba wọn mọ àwọn nǹkan tó yẹ kó ṣe. At this junction, I wish to sincerely appreciate the key stakeholders who have played significant roles in advancing the cause of women in Lagos State, starting from your governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, who, despite being a father and a husband, deemed it necessary to provide visionary leadership and unwavering support for women-focused initiatives, significantly propelling our progress in Lagos State. I also appreciate the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, and his wife, Mrs. Oluremi Hamzat, for also supporting the growth and welfare of women in Lagos. We deeply appreciate your contributions. The Honorable Commissioner for Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Bolaji Dada. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Women Affairs and Poverty Alleviation, Mrs. Oludemi Kalisongo, for your joint, relentless effort in championing women's causes, expanding empowerment programs, and driving impactful policies that have transformed countless lives. Again, we want to remember our mother, the wife of the President, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, on her program Renewed Hope Initiative, which encompasses and ensuring that better families are being recognized. Her pillars based on agriculture, on women empowerment, financial inclusion, social inclusion, very important, and environment. Over the months coming, you will be noticing and be hearing a lot about more on encouraging every woman to plant something in their homes to reduce the poverty level. You will also be hearing a lot about financial support, elder support, and you will also be hearing a lot on environment, ensuring that your environment is clean. When your environment is clean, you have a healthy nation. When you have a healthy nation, that is when you can plan different policies. That is when you can now start striving to attain some leadership positions. Last but not the least, is every woman should encourage every other woman out there. Please don't laugh at a woman that is trying to strive to be better. Please support every woman out there. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Àwọn yẹ́lò mi ni ẹ jàre. Ẹ fún yín látẹ̀wọ́. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́ mo fẹ́ ṣe kíkọ́kọ́. Ẹ sọ fún ẹ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín, you look beautiful. Ẹ tó wà lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ yín bọ́ sí ẹgbẹ́ kejì, you look beautiful. Tí o ti ẹ̀ lẹ́wà tó tó yìí. Tí o ti ẹ̀ lẹ́wà tó tó yìí. Èyí má dà sí ti ẹ gan. You look outstanding. Tọ́ba ti sọ fún ẹ sọ fara ilé ní. Yes, I look outstanding. I look beautiful. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, beauty yẹn náà lè máa gbé lọ lélẹ̀ ní lágbára Ọlọ́run. You're beautiful inside and you're beautiful outside. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín ni o. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ gbogbo yín. Pé ó tiẹ̀ jẹ́ nínú àwẹ̀. Inú àwẹ̀ ti kiri yó àti ti Mùsùlùmí, Ramadan Kareem àti then gbogbo alatújájá. Ká jáde lé ìfẹ́ gbogbo aláṣẹ ṣe gan-an ní ẹ ṣe pé ẹ̀yìn tó fi sùúrù sílẹ̀ àwọn oníkà máa dùn díẹ̀ àìmájó díẹ̀ sí nǹkan tó dáa là ń ṣe àdẹ̀dúgbẹ́ pé kò tí ìṣàkó mẹ́rin àti àkó márùn-ún fáwọn òtí ìgbò wá ń ṣàkó kan lóyìnbó ayé ìjó díẹ̀ sí àtòmálọ́lé bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ti máa rí o. Thank you very, very much. On your behalf, I want to acknowledge once again my own First Lady, your First Lady, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Claudiana Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, a.k.a. Ìyàwó Babájídé. Wife of the Deputy Governor, Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, Mrs. Olúrẹ̀mí Hamzat, and so thank you. Members of my female and male cabinet that are here, are they not lovely? And is she lovely? And they lovely? Aha! Àwọn láàrin cabinet tó ń ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀mí àdúgbò fọlọ́run. Thank you very much. I greet you, each and every one of you, especially Madam Wapa, Eshu, statutory commission members that are here, thank you very much. Permanent secretary, thank you very much. Eshe Bonyu, chairman of our LCDA and our local council areas, thank you very much, Princess, and all of you, thank you very much. Our mothers, Yaloja of Lagos, Alaja Bintu, Tinubu, Eshe Bonyu, thank you very much for taking our time for sitting with us all throughout. Eshe, Mrs. Honorable Mrs. Olajudoyin, Eshe Bonyu, thank you very much. We want to thank all of our council women that are here. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of our guest speakers, Professor and Mrs. Lusu, thank you very much. Our Yaloja General, here able represented, Gbogbo Yaloja, Lotto Atilusi, Atibelo Gbogbo, thank you very much. All of our traditional institutions that are here, thank you very much. Community leaders that are here, thank you very much. Different political groups, female political groups that are here, thank you very much. All of our great women from all of the 57 local government and LCDA, all the way from Agege, all the way to Yaba, all the 57 of you, I greet you, I thank you, Eshe Bonyu, Eku Aduro Ti Gbogbo Gba Gbogbo, Eshe Bonyu, Ayọ̀ Balógun, Otojo Mẹ́ta, Ọlọ́run ló gbọ́ lẹ́nu yín o, wáyé jẹjẹ wọlé ní kò fẹ́ dájú sí gómìnà lọ ọ̀sẹ̀ òkè. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can see that this year 2025 is a year of happiness and joy for each and every one of us. It's a year of blessing for each and every one of us. I want to use this opportunity, like First Lady said, to thank the leader of our government, Mr. President himself, who is number one, he for she. Through him to also thank our First Lady, who were the beginning of the light of Lagos in 1999. We'll continue to acknowledge them. Thank you very much for your leadership. And to all the other First Ladies and former governors also that have brought this place. We are here to celebrate all of you. Thank you for all the work that you have done to take us thus far. And so I want to thank all of you and with immense pride. This year, 2025, International Women's Day, which is globally a significant day. It's not just a day, it's on our calendar, but it's a powerful reminder of the essential role played by our women in shaping our society and driving progress. Our women internationally have come to acknowledge and recognize that we need to celebrate separately, differently. We need to set a day aside to celebrate, to thank you individually and collectively. And this year's theme is accelerate action. To accelerate action. It serves as a clarion call to move beyond the rhetoric and for you to take bold and decisive steps towards achieving gender equality and empowering women. The IW day celebrated annually, which is on the 8th of March, has its root over centuries of advocacy for women's rights. This year marks a pivotal moment as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration on the Platform of Action, which was adopted all the way in 1995. You know, we all talk about the Beijing Conference in 1995. It is 30 years now of that conference in 2025, and it continues to wax stronger and stronger. And the theme, Accelerate Action, underscores the urgency of addressing the persistent inequality and the barriers that hinder women from realizing their full potential. For us in Lagos State, we're not just echoing this theme, we're embodying it through deliberate actions and policies to ensure that we empower our women across all sectors, from expanding economic opportunity to ensuring that they have access to quality healthcare and education. Our administration continues to remain an E4C governor, an E4C government, an E4C public sector. We reaffirm our dedication to this and to foster inclusive environment where women are not only seen, but they are heard, and they are ensured that at all times they are equally empowered. We have made significant investment in various initiatives that are ensuring that we foster self-sufficiency, leadership, and economic participation. Through our various programs, Ministry of WAPA, Ministry of Youth, Wealth Creation, Climate Change, Sustainable Development, SSD, all of them, in one form or the other, commerce, trade and investment, MSMEs, we are very deliberate and intentional to ensure that we change the course of women positively in Lagos. Our policies are dedicated to protecting women from all forms of gender-based violence while creating opportunity for them to assume leadership role in governance. And of course, take decision-making position as well. Additionally, we facilitate access to credit for them to enable that all our female entrepreneurs, they can grow in a sustainable manner and their businesses can flourish. I'm expecting one item that I want to show today as a demonstration of our commitment at empowering our women. Progress, they say that it requires a collective action for us to ensure that the gender equality is not just a lip service. Our Teams Plus agenda, the plus in the teams is gender equality, access to our women, and something that we deliberately put in our economic policy for everyone to see in Lagos. So we are here once again to celebrate the 2025 International Women's Day. By the grace of God, in another 1 year when we're celebrating one for 2026, you also come around with bigger and better and bolder ideas. I'll see you and I'll see the grace of God and the glory of God and economic development within all of you. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín ni o. Ẹ gbọ́ mi báyìí. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín ni o. Ẹ̀yin ìyá wa, ẹ̀yin sísá wa, mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ gbogbo yín ni o. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ pé ẹ dúró tì wá. Mo fẹ́ dúpẹ́ pé èyí jẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹ̀yin obìnrin àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Èyí jẹ́ ọjọ́ ẹ̀yin obìnrin tẹ́lẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣe wége èlé tó dúró bẹ́ẹ̀bẹ́ẹ̀ tẹ̀kùn mékọ̀pù yẹn tó dúró dẹ́dẹ́dẹ́ ẹ wá fún fáwọn.
Yes, today we are all women and we are happy to be here. We are happy to rejoice with each other. We are happy to come together in one love and unity from different local governments. And this day brings every woman from all part of Lagos State. It brings us together and we are really happy about it.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the Naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the Naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here today. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. This is why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but any affirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. and your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. A contract supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure the sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations, and transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agreed that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put heart on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reached out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you're aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tonko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its grades in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is accountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we control our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to. And also, how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow, because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also, we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society, to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening, so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC. And we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy, because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court, because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts, despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPC as an agency will ensure that by virtue of Section 287 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption. Because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in the office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly, but surely we will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our aid. Try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within that corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC, for the past 25 years, has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that's why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project good image of this country. By doing that, we'll make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we will see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress, the pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How I don't want to destroy your career. And I said, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money, and you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky, you will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look, how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process, because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges. No, it is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case.
And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need. Any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau, and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct, because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way, so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem, why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak, because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the threat. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back?